Gonna be doing art homework shenanigans today. So first things first, I have to go over the one that I missed last week. I'm so sorry, Bio. After I do my initial yap, and I'll jump into it. Also gotta post my funny thing. There we go. Oh wait, did I just post on Twitter twice? That's kind of funny. Oopsie. Meant to post on Blue Sky. Hold up. A little bit of an idiot. That's okay. Give me one extra second. Delete the duplicate post. Okay. Gotta take another screenshot real quick. There we go. Oh wait, no, gotta switch to the other thing. Sorry, I'm a fucking mess today, man. There we go. Whippy. Okay, one more second. Just a little bit of scuff to start us off. Wouldn't be a me stream without it. Okay. Now I can look at chat. Let me just drag it out. Here we go. Hello, Sophie. Hello, Ed. Hello, Atronix. Hello, Potatoes. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Ted Bob. Hello, Onyx. Thank you for those subs. Thank you. Hi, D, and hi, Zavasa. And hello, Fairweather. And I think that's everyone. Oh, wait, no. Hi, Axer. There we go. I think that's everyone so far. Hope everyone is having a good time. So many of you actually ended up doing the homework. There were so few of you a couple days ago that I was like, oh, it's gonna be like a really chill homework day. But then, lo and behold, the procrastinators have showed their presence. Wish I did the homework, try to draw, and Brain says no, that's okay. Some weeks be like that. That is a-okay. There is always next week. How's Blair? Blair's vibing, man. Just notice the melons? What melons? Unless you mean like booba melons. 5 months? How is this even possible? I know, Onyx. Like, what the fuck? Time fucking flies, dude. I don't know how. Like, I scream. The passing of time fucking freaks me out, bro. Also, thank you, Milkers. Thank you for the quiet greeting. I appreciate it. And thank you for the hydrate too, Toxic. Thank you. I'm gonna hydrate with something other than water today. I might have a little bit of Baja Blast as a little treat. Everyone's art is so cool. I know, dude. I fucking know, man. Also, thank you for the quiet greeting, Faye. Thank you. I'm a sinner, but we still made the efforts in other creative projects. Let's go. How we doing? I'm vibing, man. I'm vibing as much as I can be. Taking a break from Slime Rancher models. Dude, they're so cute. I love all the slimes in Slime Rancher. I never actually finished Slime Rancher 1. And I might own Slime Rancher 2, but I don't think I've ever actually touched it. Could be a cute stream game. Just a chill game to vibe one of these days. Excited to see the amazing art part. So excited to see all the amazing art people made all over again. Some really fun stuff. I know, dude. People have made so many good things this time. The first things first, I accidentally missed Biome's last homework, so I'm gonna go over that real quick before we jump into the new homework, because I feel bad. Make sure, if you submit homework a little bit late, try to make sure you let me know. Maybe ping me. That's like the one time it will be okay if it's like last minute. Because I want to make sure that I see it. Stretch, thank you, Jen. Thank you, thank you. Glad I got around to doing the homework, even if it's not my best work. That's okay. Not every work has to be your best work. Just doing a bit of work adds up, man. Like I mentioned it before, but art is like not a linear skill. It is like it has ups, downs, some fucking loop-de-loops. Also, thank you for the save your art, but I haven't even drawn anything. I'll still hit Control S for you. I plan to hang out with a friend next Saturday. I'm shocked. Ooh, exciting. Have fun. As much as we can is what counts. Exactly, Corpse. Exactly. I'll play more games, but my laptop cannot survive it at all. Oh, very fair, Nitron. Like, I've been playing a lot of DS and Switch games lately. Specifically, Slay the Spire, because I put it on my Switch and, oops. Probably not a good idea. I can spend so many hours on that game. Fun suppose auto fact, I think it's relevant here. When she described her type, she ended up describing her own OC. Think would be attracted to someone who looks like your OC. Fuck yeah. Dude, my fucking design is literally based off characters I find hot, dude. I like why would I make my VTuber design something I don't find hot as fuck, dude? Just think about it. If you can be anything, I feel like the obvious choice is to be hot, unless you're like fucking Kenji or some shit. Holy shit, Kenji's model is something else, bro. He has a pretty model, but the fucking scuffed model is so good too. Exiting the exiting the all hands on deck time, so I can't wait to finally join the homework club again. I can't wait. I love doing the homework. I don't know what homework I'm gonna assign next time though. Had everything planned out. Just couldn't. Art block's a bitch. It is a bitch. Art block is a fucking pain in my ass, dude. Plan on making a separate OC? That's literally my exact type? Hell yeah. Something a bit evil, but would be funny if you made it into a redeem would be to delete your art. Fuck no. That's funny, but fuck no, man. I worked too hard on that shit. Need to buy a new laptop or PC because my laptop's almost like a decade old. Oh god, yeah, you need a new one, brother. Or you at least need to like upgrade some shit. I'm pretty dumb when it comes to laptop stuff in specific. So I don't know how like upgrades work for that. But I imagine there's probably some updates or upgrades you can do. But I'm a sucker for PC. I will always recommend PCs over laptops. PCs are just so much more easily maintained. Only game I played recently is Cryptid the Necrodancer. Lots of fun. Dude, I've played that on like the actual dance mats. It's very fun. It's very hard though. It's really fucking hard with an actual dance mat. Thinking there's a difference between attractive and your type? I mean, like, I guess. I don't know. Shrug. You find someone attractive, but my type is low-key specific? See, when it comes to, like, romantic aspects, my type is, like, based more on personality rather than, aesthetic. I'm late as fuck? No, you're not, dude. It's only been, like, 9 minutes. We haven't even started. You're not late at all. Specific boils down to older women. Honestly based. We love older women. We love a good hag, man. Biome art is pretty and Bulba. I know. It's so good. Need to finish Vampire here. Start. Hardly done that. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Get to it, man. Get a new laptop. If it's over a decade old, then the fan is so clogged, not even funny. Yeah, but if a fan is clogged, you can like unclog it, you know. Also, it depends on like how much maintenance they've done over the past couple years. Yeah, I just say probably just nuke the old laptop. That's why I don't go for laptops. Like I just there's no reason for me to have a laptop over a PC. A PC is just better in like every fucking way. I have to use my laptop for drawing because my tower doesn't support the plugins. Um, you should be able to find something to convert it. Cause I know at one point, when I was using a laptop for art, I had to use like a funny fucking adapter for my Syndic. It was really fucking annoying, but it worked. So much fun. Played it on my piano by binding keys. Oh, that's a smart idea too. Star Sector alone can hinder any progress I do in art. I've never touched Star Sector. Came in late here. You're not late. All I've done is fucking yap, dude. I always yap a little bit before we hop into shit. Gotta shoot the shit first. Xbox One still works great. Clean your consoles and PC people. Yeah, cleaning is good. You do not want all the funny dust. Older women are based by low-key nearly crossed the line, almost hooked up with a 51-year-old, so I guess even I have a limit. That's not crossing a line, dude. If you find her hot and, like, you're down with it, like, you're fine. You know, assuming you're both, adults, you know? Like, if you're both consenting adults, fucking live your life, dude. Is it not crossing the line? Did you find her hot? Like, you can do whatever, man. Like, this is like, okay, this is a slightly different circumstance, right? But like, if someone was like doing sex work, for example, do you think they would just like decline a client for being 50? Like, I know at that point, like, it's a job and stuff, but like, you're consenting adults, you can do what you want, man. I don't think it's crossing a line if you're into it. If you find her hot, adult, and vibe, why not? Exactly! That's what I'm saying, dude. If you want to go fuck a 50-year-old fucking MILF man, fucking go for it. Live your life. Besides, I'm sure she has fucking experience, dude. She has years of experience on you, man. Agree, attractive and my type aren't the same. Exactly. Like, cause like, I can find someone really hot, but like, if their personality is horrible, I'm gonna find them ugly as fuck, you know? The personality really makes or breaks it. The only line you have is the one you make real. Thanks for all color. Do it, man. Fucking go for it. Live your life. It's okay if I post a mode shift weapon art in the Discord server. Mode shift weapon is like what's in the anime Ruby. Go for it, man. We accept all kinds of art. I like seeing all the goodies. I will be focusing on critique today, so I probably won't be looking much at the Discord other than that, because it does take us a hot minute to get through everything, because I like to give a lot of in-depth feedback when I can. So just, you know, heads up. But feel free to absolutely share any kind of art in the Discord at any, like, point in time. I like seeing all the goodies. I like seeing everything. Never met anyone who's my type, at least I think. Fair enough. Some people are picky, and that's okay. The older, more experience, and I can say from experience, the older, the better. Ayo, Onyx. Let's go. Reason why I'm asking is because my art attacks in your Discord server. Yeah, I love seeing all the attacks. Takes an eraser to the line. Let's go. Is Blair paying you for these masterpieces? What do you mean? Define goodies? I will refrain from defining. I've dropped some goodies. Oh, I want to see, but I need to get into the feedback. I need to get into the critique. After I have a little funny sip of Baja Blast. Talking to Zavasi. Ah, my bad. But also, hi, Zavasa. Lurk, thank you for the lurk, Aginix. I appreciate it so much. All right. Let's hop in before I end up talking to you guys just for like 4 hours straight. Let me grab my tab mate. That I have my funny shortcuts on hand. And like I said, we're gonna start with biomes art from last week before we hop into the new homework because I feel bad when if I miss something. Da, 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 da. All right, too late. You're gonna be stuck talking to us now until forever. No. Okay, maybe I will take one quick peek at the Discord. Just one little quick peek. Only because I understand the context now. The most uh, let me fucking grab the art. It's so cool, man. Look at that cat. I scream. Okay. Before we jump into critique, I just gotta. Look how cute this is. The bossa. I wish I was fucking rich so I could just give you money. Like, dude, it's so fucking pretty. I love it so much. And you draw bikes so well. Bikes are so fucking hard to draw. This is so sick, dude. And look at that cat. You're so cute. Can finally redeem stuff again. Yeah. Oh, I love it so much, dude. I also love this fit. I love like the fucking high-waisted pants. It's so sick, dude. You got yeah, okay. Let me do that immediately because last time I forgot to actually VIP until like 2 streams later. But here we go. Let's go. Yeah, baby pizza. VIP time. Hurrah! Let's go. Oh, I scream, dude. You always make me so many pretty things. Like, thank you, Sapasa. Ah. Those pants look great on you. That's what I'm saying, dude. It looks so fucking good. And like the shading on the bike is so good too. Like, and then the little sparkle. Dude, I want to make a plushie Batcat keychain. My manufacturer can make plushie keychains, by the way. If the merch this round does well, then I may be able to look into getting Batcat keychain. All depends on how well my stuff does, though. I think it would be cute. Thighs indeed. Okay. Now we can get into critique. I just had to scream a little, teehee. Where did my tablet pen go, brother? It's not behind the tablet. Oh, it's in my lap. It has been found. It's running again. It's always running, dude. I'd be running too if I was fucking working overtime. All right. Okay, so this is the assignment from last week, which was drawing like redrawing an old art, just for context. And this one is the old one, and this one is the new one, but I love them both so much. So with the old one, the thing that I really, really do love is I do love the color choices here. Let me also... Let me also bring up a thing for contrast. So the immediate thing, like, between the 2, like, the immediate improvement is I love the high contrast here. You can see in the old one that, like, there is a good amount of contrast. Overall, everything seems, like, pretty readable, but I love how high contrast this one is. And then let's see. I actually really do like the shape on this hat a lot. I think it would've been cute to keep that, but I also do love, like, big floppy hat too. And then let's see. I do like the pose and everything here, but the first thing I do notice is that the expression feels very kinda blank and emotionless, and the eyes are kinda, like, kinda staring a little bit dead, which can be a good aesthetic. But you can notice a very, very clear improvement when comparing it to the new one. This one is, like, it's a lot more expressive, and the eyes are, like, looking at the viewer, which just gives it, like, a much better overall look. And then I love, like, the subtle shading on the hair and everything using the black and white. It's so good. And I also love, like, the additional details on the body as well. We got a lot of little bit of squishy parts, which makes my brain very happy. You can especially see it where, like, the straps press in, which is so good. I also really like the overall, like, flow in this one a lot. They both like, both of them do have really good flow, like, this one, like, you can kinda see it going like this, but I love that this one goes, like, here, and you can also have it go, like, up here. I think one of the things that I would maybe give, critique-wise would be I do like the overall vibe of, like, the smoke here, but I feel like you could've, like, really exaggerated it a little bit rather than have it be very linear. So I think it would've been nice just to have, like, a little bit more motion to it. 'Cause one thing I really love doing with just, like, smoke in general, even though I don't draw it very often, is I love just making it very flowy. Or you can even, like, really exaggerate it and, like, go, like you can just do a lot with it. But, the how it is also totally works. I just feel like, you could just really play around, but that also works. And then let's see. What else would I maybe suggest? The other thing that really comes to mind is that you do have, like, a lot of really good details on the folds, but I would probably try studying folds a little bit more, like, from reality, because depending on when it comes to folds, it depends a lot on the fabric. So you kinda have to think a lot about it. So, like, thin fabrics will crease a lot while, like, thicker fabrics will have, like, chunkier creases, but be less prone to creasing in general. So, like, denim versus, like, really thin silk, for example, will have, like, different folds. Like, denim, I need to study folds more myself, so this is just, like, a rough example, but you might have, like, some chunky folds on denim. Meanwhile, like, silk would be, like, very, very smooth and very, like, flowy. And just have, like, lots of little, like, thin details. So I'd say, like, the main critique on the new stuff would just be to focus on your folds. I think, honestly, you kind of add a little bit too much detail to them. So I'd suggest doing something a little more simple like this. Again, though, like, folds are also still currently a little bit of a weakness of mine. So, take it with a grain of salt and study. One thing I've actually found to be really, really helpful is actually for clothing and stuff. I've actually stopped, like, drawing the folds in as much. In this style, you kind of, like, have to, because it's, like, part of the style. But I'll show you what I mean in a second. So I would, again, I would probably personally simplify your folds a lot more. And if you do want it, like, being, like, very flowy, just try to study based on, some real examples. 'Cause, realistically and you don't always have to be realistic when it comes to art is the thing. Realistically, you wouldn't have this fold go out this way, right? Unless it's, like, a really stiff fabric that's been, like, you used, like, hairspray on it or something. But normally it wouldn't really go with this. Normally, if 'cause, like, okay, 'cause it seems like you kinda want a bit of a draping vibe, which would kind of, go down more like this. So you wouldn't have that sharp angle. 'Cause it's, like, hanging on the arm and the weight is, bringing it downwards. You can still have it, like, be flowy if you want, especially if it's, like, a lighter fabric. But I would personally do something, more similar to this. And then I think that would just give a little bit better of an overall flow to it. And obviously this is done, super quick. So the details may not be perfect, but that is what references are for and everything. Looks so much better? Yeah, it's really the tiny things, man. It's the tiny, tiny little things. And, again, with the folds down here, I would probably, like, even I'd probably get rid of these tinier lines. And again, I'd probably simplify. Oh, yeah, I told you I'd show you how I tend to do clothes now. So, I mentioned that, like, I tend to not draw the details in because I do a painterly style or, I do, like, cell shaded, which you can imply the folds using color rather than line. It really depends on how you wanna go. Um, but one thing I really like doing is just draw a very simple example. Da, 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 da. You know what? We'll draw a quick, like, kimono-esque kinda design. So, like, what I tend to do is just keep it very, very simple. Because you don't need to use lines specifically to, like, emphasize form or emphasize shadows. You can, and I find it's usually easier to add the lines in later if you find yourself needing them. So, just give me, like, 1 extra second on this, and you'll see it, kinda come to life. So I tend to use, like, very, very little detail when it comes to my lines nowadays. I'll draw, like, the necessary lines for, like, separating stuff. But for example, if I wanted to indicate folds for this, I would actually do it in the shading, uh, process or step, whatever you wanna call it. So if I just fill this in with a neutral I'm gonna go, like, lighter gray. So what I would do for folds is I would do this, and then I would imply it with just the shadows. Obviously, your style differs in the fact that, you're specifically using your line work for it. But I find just working in this way can really help you keep in mind the overall, like, form without including, like, too much details and kinda, like, cluttering it. So again, that's just how, like, I prefer to work. There's no right or wrong. It's just what I like to do. And again, it's even something, like, even I only started doing, like, recently. But you can do a lot through just, color and shadow and everything. I think overall, though, that'd be my main critiques. You're pretty good with just overall, like, motion, and you're really good with contrast as well, as I mentioned in the beginning. The visibility is really good. It was even really good on this one. There's definitely, like, a little bit of adjustments you could make, like, here and there just to make it, like, really pop, but overall, really fucking good. Something I can keep in mind for when I wanna evolve my style? Exactly, exactly, exactly. And, like, it still comes into play with, your current style, I think, just in, like, a different way. So you wanna, like, keep your, like, silhouette simple. You don't necessarily wanna be, like, super chunky, like, you can, it's a style. You could definitely work with that, but just depends on, like, how you wanna go about it. And you can just treat your lines as, like, the shading step if you really wanted to. I said, "Thank you, Juju. Thank you for the quiet greeting." Starting to look like a Nazi stream with Tsubasa. Dude, I fucking love Natsu. Natsu's so fucking sweet, dude. Also, let me see what else was said in chat while I was yapping off. Da, 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 da. New job hype, Onyx. Let's go. We love leaving a toxic job environment. Da, 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 da. For the sleeve in 2021, used a t-shirt and just stuck it to my arm and took a picture for rep. Oh, I see. Folds are hard, dude. Would you fold for the character? No, I disappear because I'm at work. Oh no, I hope work goes well though. Thank you for jumping in, Juju. I appreciate it so much. Hello, Deans. Hi, hi. Hope you're having a good day. All right, all right. Let me send this off to Biome and then we will move on to this week's actual homework, which I'm so excited to go over. Gonna be so fun. Da, 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 da. Okay, okay, okay. Let me. Where is it? Where is it? Homework. And then. Oh, wait, no. Homework submission. I'm stupid. Let me find it and give it a star so I know I've gone over it. Where'd it go? 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 Ah. Right, it got moved to the top because I responded to it earlier. We do a little copy paste and then send and then yippee. Also, I just have to click a DM real quick. Okay. That's taken care of. Okay, RNG, RNG. Who we gonna land up? We're gonna. Oh wait, I already have Axers up, so we'll go with Axers because I love this style. It's so cute. So many cool art style. I know, dude. So many. Thanks for taking a look at it, even though I submitted late. No, thank you. Thank you for waiting. I felt so bad that I missed it last time. I tried really hard to make sure I got everyone in, and then I was like, no, I missed it. But thank you for being so patient with me. The gay in one color, gay in one color, gay in one color is so cool. They cooked. It's so good. Also, I see that you used the exact same gray tone, which is interesting. That's one thing I can definitely add to the critique. All right, all right, all right. So, first things first. when you wanna, like, imitate a style, you really, really, really want to analyze, like, a few things specifically, okay? You wanna analyze line work, you wanna analyze color, you wanna analyze shading, composition as well, and then also contrast. Okay? Because a lot of artists will work with like different levels of contrast. And contrast is like the really, really big thing that just kind of makes or breaks your art most of the time, honestly. Because if you have really, really low contrast, your subjects are gonna be very hard to make out from like the background. And it can be really, really hard to work around it. So if we transfer this over to grayscale, we can see a lot of these colors are very, very like close to one another. Like if I da, 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 da. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong side. I meant to drag this one. Also, I'm a little freak and I like using the hue, saturation, and value sliders to pick my colors. So yeah, I find it easier just for, comparing colors and stuff. So if we check all of these, we can see that we have 100% white, we have a 91% gray, we have 75% gray, and then we have 87% gray. So we don't have anything that goes darker than 75, which gives us, very low levels of contrast because we're very limited. You can work with this, especially if you wanna work in, like, a very light, airy, kinda soft style, because you don't always need super high contrast, right? You can work with, like, just a little bit, but we don't have a very big range here. Meanwhile, if we go oh, wait. I guess the one thing that does go darker is the straw, which is 48, which does give, like, a good bit of contrast. This area on the art probably does have the most contrast, which, just gives it, like, a lot more readability and makes it feel a lot more detailed. But in comparison, over here, we have 99% white, so it's not even pure white. A lot of the times you sometimes wanna avoid using pure white. It's not a hard rule or anything, so don't be afraid to use pure white, just use pure white very I don't wanna say sparingly, but use it kinda, like, knowingly. Use it with intent, if that makes, sense. 'Cause, like, even here, it's not 100% white, and I'm sure if I color click it, it might even have a little oh, it doesn't actually have any color to it. Sometimes you'll see that instead of 100% white, it might be like, why isn't that okay, there we go. It might end up being, like, 4% color and, like, mostly white sometimes. But this time it is actually almost pure white. But we can see with the contrast specifically, we have almost pure black on the lines. We do have almost pure black on the lines here as well. But other than the pure black, we have 47% dark here, more 47, and then we have a very, very light gray, and then the background is 60. So we have, like, a lot more range since we're working from 47 to here rather than, on this art, which is more, like, around this range. So we can get, like, a lot more variety and a lot more readability just through contrast alone. Like, for example, if I were to do I'm not gonna pay attention to the color for this specifically. This is just to make a little bit of a point. Da, 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 da. Give me a sec. So just by, like, darkening this a bit, we can kind of end up getting, like, a little bit more contrast. Ideally, the skin would be, like, either lighter or, darker than the background just to give it a bit more a fleshed out appearance. 'Cause you can tell, like, through, this that the silhouette is very, very it stands out a lot from it. I kind of like how contrast is focused in the very bright picture, and I like how there is more contrast in the other image, creates a focal point. Exactly. Exactly, exactly. Okay, and then when it comes to actually imitating the style, hold up. Let me drag this back over so that I can actually look at the full pieces. Something you got your eye on what to look at too? Exactly. That's the point of contrast because it leads your eye, right? Like, for example, let me just open up a quick canvas here. Do this. Dude, I've been working on like Illustrator lately and I keep wanting to use Illustrator shortcuts for things. Uh, but like, for example, if we did this, if we have this versus this one's gonna draw your attention much more than this, right? You can this one's really hard to see, but this one, like, your eyes immediately go here. Like, that's the point of contrast. It's to get your eyes looking there, like, immediately. Chris using multiple programs? I know, dude, I know. I just pick colors from the funny square. Fair. I like the hue saturation value sliders because it allows me to be a lot more specific with my color choices. Like if I put down a color on top of another one, like let's use this green, and let's say I wanted to use like a highlight color, right? So that's actually kind of a nice one actually. But like if I put down this color, right? It looks kind of muddy and it's like, oh, you know, maybe I should let me drag my colors over here. It's like, oh, that's kind of muddy. I want it to stand out a bit more. Maybe I should make it brighter. And it's like, okay, that works, but like maybe I want it like, you know, to really pop. Maybe I'll up the saturation. And then it allows me to fine tune it a lot more than I'd be able to otherwise. Cuz the issue with the funny square is like you can work like that, like you know, let me choose another grungy color. This one, right? That one doesn't really work, and it's like, okay, maybe I want to make it a little more saturated, and it's like, okay, that kind of works. Maybe a bit brighter, you know, maybe a bit more yellow. And it's like I can get there, but it's a lot less like fine tuned, right? It just depends on how you like to work, though. There's no right or wrong. I just really like hue saturation value slider. That's my personal preference. I found my color choices improved a lot after I switched over to it. But again, that's just my personal experience. Do whatever makes you happy. Also, I'd personally, actually, let me bring it over. If you were gonna use this one, I'd actually recommend switching to the triangle instead, just because it is more similar to hue saturation value. Because the up down, that's gonna be your value, so like your level of black or white, and then this is gonna be your saturation. And, you know, this is gonna be like your hue. And it's just it's I find it a lot better than the square personally. But I like my sliders the most. It definitely takes a while to get used to. I didn't like it at first. I will not lie. Uh, but now I'm a firm believer in hue saturation value slider. The Bulba incident might happen again. Playing around with color combination contrast ratios, found that most of them recommend colors with a contrast that was 10 on a scale of 0 to 20 was what is too much contrast? The thing is there's not really a too much contrast, right? Like if we it's hard, right? Because it depends on the specific art and like your style. There's no right or wrong way to do it. I can recommend maybe you should increase a little bit of contrast here or there, but the amount of contrast is really like up to you, right? It depends on the kind of like punch you want to give to your art, right? Also, thank you for the follow, T90. Sorry, I missed I was really absorbed in yapping, but thank you, thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, because like, when it comes to contrast, you can absolutely just, work on, like, black and white, right? Which is, like, the max amount of, like, contrast you can have. Like, you could absolutely just, like, you know this is, like, a super, janky example. But, like, you get the point, right? Like, there's never really, like, too much, right? Like, there kind of is. You can make it a little, like uh, it's hard. It's hard because art is just so subjective. There's just no rules. It's very much just kind of a feeling and, like, how you wanna go about it. Had to run somewhere, what did I miss? Just some art tips. If you care about, hearing what I said before, the VOD is always up after stream. I need to start uploading to YouTube again, though. Oops. I will try to hop on that soon. We may have lost a couple of, VODs to the void, but, I'll try to get back on that soon. It's just that it wasn't working for a hot minute, and then I got really frustrated, and then I forgot. Also, thank you for the follow, Xer, thank you. It's endless possibilities, exactly. Alright, and again with, style, I mentioned that you really wanna zoom in and check out the lines. Like, I'd recommend even zooming in past 100% so you can, like, really see it. We can see that the lines here aren't actually fully black. They have a little bit of, like, texture to them, right? So it's kinda more like a chalk brush almost. So let me get tiny brush. It's almost more like this, except with less texture to it. Um, It'll be hard for me to get something, like, very exact. Just because I haven't, played around with a brush for it. But it's just something, like, kinda chalky with a little bit of texture. Twitch was glitched and couldn't use some emotes, tried to go with the closest one I could find. Yeah, I was gonna say, looking over yours, you definitely have one that is, like, relatively close. The main thing is that this one has a little bit more graininess, right? This one has, like, a little bit more opacity to it. So the one I'm using is, like, kinda similar. Obviously, I don't have the same brush that they use. But rather than something like this, you'd want something that has, like, a lot more black to it. So if I go over this, um, you can see that there's, like, a big difference. It's really, really subtle, but it's definitely, like, there. But again, it's really hard to find, like, an exact brush. You did really good with what you had. Oops, I also did not mean to be working on the exact same layer. Oopsie. Okay, and then you also in addition to, like, the kinda brush they use for line art, you'd really want to pay attention to the kinda line weights they use. So they tend to use very let's zoom back in here. So the way their lines go, they use very sharp lines, right? Like, instead of going, like, very smooth, they go a little bit smooth, and then they go kinda, like, sharp. And they also have, like, a good amount of thickness to them as well. And same with the eyes, like, rather than a round eye, they have this nice little kinda chunky shape. And I keep accidentally drawing on the wrong layer. Let me lock this layer so I don't keep doing that. And then when we go over here, you do got the eye shape down. So you'd wanna make sure that you
mess with the thickness of things a little bit. Your lines tend to be kind of a little more even in width. Also, hello, Koda. Hi. Let me just finish my yapping. I want to give Koda quick shout out though. Hold up. If you guys don't know, I did a little collaboration the other day with Coda and Cynical and Cosmic, and it was really fun. And we drew Pokemon from memory, and I did really badly. And Sin is gonna be uploading it to YouTube at some point. So sculpts the line. This was one big exercise of thinning lines. Yeah, they definitely do sculpt their lines a lot. So you really want to make sure you pay attention to how the artist does line weight. So like if we just like very quickly go over yours, I'm not going to go over the entire body. I'm just going to go like over a little bit. But like if we just add like a little bit of like difference in depth here and there, this is going to be done relatively quickly, obviously. So do not judge the job I do too harshly. If we just thicken these up a lot, you can see it come together with a lot more volume than before. And this will also help with your contrast as well. The thick lines will create a lot of like darker spots, which will contrast more with your background. So even just adding like a little bit of shadow on the insides here. Just doing a lot of like thick to thin. I'd probably even go like heavier on the thickness, but I'm doing just a quick job. But you can see how just like adding this little bit just increases just the depth of the art overall. Both did so poorly was so much fun. I know, dude. It was so much fun. I'm glad you were watching, Tsubasa. I work with the flushed emoji crop top. That's so good. Yeah. Katsu uses more architect lines. It's a bit odd to explain. Basically, architects always push their lines past the point where they push past the point of crossing. You seem to be afraid of connecting the lines and stop before they connect. Not 100% sure what you mean by that, Volucrum. Although I can kind of see it like right here. If that's what you mean. Like they don't, I don't know if this is like I think it is a matter of not extending the line. So like one thing I do like to do with line art as well, if I am understanding Volucrum correctly, is like if I go to draw an arm, I'll draw like the entire arm in one stroke and then like remove the part I don't need, rather than draw it separately like one and then two, because it keeps your stuff more aligned. Again, if I'm understanding Volucrum correctly. Just something to also keep in mind. And then what else? What else? Oh yeah, one other thing. I did notice that you did copy the gray that they used. If you move to Katsu's drawing in the face, see a lot of lines extend past stopping. Let me see. Do you mean like these bits here? Rather than meeting at like a point like this? Oh, in the bangs and eyes, so like right here? Sorry, I'm just really interested in Volucrum's analysis as well. Because I've never heard of architect lines. Adds a bit of sharpness that'll make it stick out, and add sharpness that breaks up an easy silhouette. Oh, okay, okay. I might look more into architect lines in general. Because their style is just so fucking lovely, man. Oh yeah, but right, as I was saying, with the gray over here, you did copy the gray that they used, but that might actually be a little bit of a mistake on your part because they use a blue composition. So the blue that the gray that they use actually has a little bit of a purple tint to it. So if we go here, you know, we have blue, and then if we go to the gray, it's actually like really one sec. I'm used to hue saturation value. It actually has a little bit of saturation, right? Rather than a pure gray like this. So for you, I would actually probably switch this to potentially. The thing is, you could switch it to a yellow-based gray instead. But the blue-based gray will also give you contrast with it being complementary. So it's not necessarily wrong, but it's something you might want to keep in mind. So let me do select color gamut. This is going to be really chunky. So forgive me for it not being like super clean when I change the colors. Let me just try 96 and then let me try bringing it to a yellow. So it's definitely gonna look a little bit weird for a second. But if you wanted to follow like the same kind of color vibes, you'd probably maybe want to do that or do something similar. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, one other thing. They do actually use complementary here. So they do use blue and they also use yellow to like emphasize the accents. So if you wanted to do the reverse of this, which would be yellow with blue accents, you could potentially like obviously it depends on your character, you know, and like what you really want to like emphasize. But you could always do something like this is going to be a little bit scuffed, so forgive me. I don't usually work with limited palettes as much. You could absolutely like use like blue bows instead to like provide a little accent or something. Or you could make like the drink blue since that would draw your eyes over here. And it would give you just a lot more visual interest. And again, this is like super scuffy. But it's just, you know, an example. And they also use a little bit of light colors on their background as well. Like they kind of use their gray for some of these accents. So you might actually want to imitate that as well. Just so that it's not all the same color here. This is what I see as someone who has struggled in architecture school, drawing in a very artsy, fluid way. I see. Dude, I've thought about going to, like, architecture school or some shit, but, that's very detailed work, and, I like sketchy stuff. That's why I did in the other one? Yeah. I think that's the main feedback I'd give for this. Like, I gave a little bit more feedback than I meant to. We have a lot to go over today. But I think those are the main things. So mainly is specifically like line thickness, paying attention to color and contrast when you know, when you're studying styles. Then let me send this on over. Here we go. Okay, let me give you your little star, and then we'll move on to the next one. Let's move on to potatoes. Let me open up a new canvas. Let me copy and paste. I think this is such a fun thing to try and copy, by the way. Trying to copy like a video game style specifically. Especially one like this one, like, oh, this one's gonna be fun. Yeah, let me adjust my canvas a little bit. Architecture school's an absolute pain. No longer know how to sketch. Dude, I can only imagine. I love sketching so much. It's my favorite part. So I think architecture school would be like literal torture to me. Oh, did a second one and redid the fit and gave her blue run. Did you post that one? If you did, you should have posted it under the first one. So then I would have seen. Love the style. Yeah, the style's so good. Actually, I might actually give this a gray background just so it's a little easier on my eyes. Just makes it a little bit easier for viewing, so don't burn your guys' retinas. Although I think it was lighter blue. Yeah, I didn't. Color is not actually my forte. A lot of people tell me they do like my color choices. But when I am coloring, I tend to take a little bit longer on my choices, so I may have chosen a slightly different blue than maybe I should have. It was mostly just a recommendation in terms of general color rather than specific color. Very difficult to do an oil paint style like that? Yeah, right? Has jar upside down because brain doesn't comprehend faces? Dude, I'm actually really fucking bad at faces too. I have very bad facial memory. I do not remember what the majority of my family's faces look like. I can recognize my family if I see them in person. At least the ones that I've hung around with like the most growing up, like my aunt and my uncle. Well, my uncle's dead, so rip. But like my aunt, my cousins, I can remember those people really well. But if it's just people that I've seen like once or twice on occasion, I can't remember them, dude. They remember me and they're like, "Oh, you've grown so much." And I'm like, "Who the fuck are you?" Like I'd go to a funeral and I'd have like family members being like, "I'm so sorry for your loss." And I'd be like, who are you again? Thank you, but who are you?" Oh. These are one of my favorite games. I don't think I've ever played. I think I saw like a bit of a playthrough at one point, but I don't know if I ever saw it finish. Started to draw people some weeks ago. So difficult, but I keep trying. It's hard, dude. People are hard. Faces are hard. Bodies are hard. Anatomy is hard. Shading is hard. Lines are hard. Composition is hard. Everything is fucking difficult when it comes to art, dude. Especially when you toss like people into the mix. Toss it in Twitch live chat. Oh, sorry. I missed it then. Da, 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 da. Let me take a quick peek-see over. Oh, let's go! That one's so cute too. I also love that style. It's so simple. Dude, I love style studies so much. They're so fun. Art very hard, dude. Art's so hard. Good at remembering phrases, but my brain lags because I can only think of visualize in 3D. Dude, I know the feeling. I mostly think in 3D is the thing, right? I have a little bit of difficulty thinking in color. Like I can, but it doesn't come as naturally as just 3D to me, if that makes sense.
Like, I was always really good at the funny little, like, math assignments where they're like, "Draw this funny cube base shaped in, like, the other orientation." I'm like, "Okay, I got it," you know, without even, like, turning it around. But, like, when it comes to, like, color and shit, it fucks me up, dude. Color fucks me up so bad. Color's so hard. Telltale blah, blah, blah. Telltale Games got into some shit, and there was talk that they weren't going to be able to finish the game, but they brought back a few people in order to get the last season out. Let's go! We love being able to finish things. Okay, but let me dive in to the style analysis here. Okay, so one thing is, you know, you are referencing from a video game, so there are gonna be some things that are a little tricky to do when imitating it. Obviously, you can imitate anything, right? You can do hyper realism, you can do fucking stylized as fuck, right? But some things are gonna be like a lot quirkier just due to the nature of 3D. So sometimes things might be outlined in certain places and, you know, not outlined in others. Just because of how 3D works sometimes. But you know, in general, because like, okay, when thinking about the outline and stuff, I'm mostly thinking about how like the hair here isn't really outlined, but meanwhile, like the outside here is, and like this bit of hair is. So that's one of the quirkiness things when it comes to 3D. When it comes to line style, we have very, very thick lines. We have very messy lines as well. They're not super like tidy and neat, right? It's not like super clean and flowy. It's very rough. It has a lot of line variation and it has a bit of messiness here, right? It's kind of sketchy overall. So when I go over to yours, we do have a lot of very thin, clean lines. We do have a little bit of shakiness on the lines here, but we don't really have that like messy line thickness variation. We have a little bit of like wobble, like back and forth, but we don't have like this, you know? Not that one's like exactly like this, but that's just to emphasize it. Okay, so when going to the outline over here, this one actually is relatively kind of the same length. It does like thin out on the upper side compared to the lower. Which I think you actually kind of did a little bit, at least like tried to do over here. So I'd maybe thin some of that out and thicken this just to create a little bit of variance. Also, another thing that does come to mind is mainly facial anatomy and proportions and the like. But I'm not gonna critique that too much for this one, just because it is more a style based critique rather than overall anatomy, unless you requested otherwise, which I will double check. Because you can absolutely request like overall critique for things as well. Okay, you didn't. Okay. And then when it comes to the facial details, I think you added a little bit too much detail to the face. When we zoom in here, we can see there's a little bit of a line here, a little bit of a line here, one here, a little bit more detail on the nose, but overall we don't have too many like double lines, right? We have a couple of very well-placed lines just to emphasize certain features. So I would actually get rid of some of these. You got a bit of a line on the nose bridge. And we also tend to have like them be pretty thick. Yours are a little on the thin side, and these are thinner than some of the thicker lines around. But in general, they do still have a little bit of heft to them, so you'd want to thicken them up just a little bit. Because it has a very comic kind of style. We do have a little bit of a line for the nostrils as well. Also, noses are fucking hard. I'm gonna be so real, dude. Noses are so fucking hard, dude, for like no reason. And we don't really have a line under the nose, I don't believe. We do have shading there, though.
I'm also not a pro at this style, so apologies if things even look wonky with my analysis. But just by thickening this up and moving a couple of lines around, we can see like a really big difference in like how much it stands out, right? Comic book sketchy, yeah. Da, 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 da. Let me quickly scan over chat real quick. Got dyslexia as well. One of the side effects of dyslexia. I am not dyslexic. I'm very, very good with words. I'm good with words and spelling. The funny thing is, I'm not good at speaking. Well, okay. I'm good at speaking on my side. I'm not good at listening. I have auditory processing disorder. So I kind of hear things almost on a lag, right? Like I hear something, but it takes my brain a couple seconds to like buffer and process what was said. So it's really hard for me to sometimes talk with people because it takes me a second. But I don't have dyslexia. I'm really, really good with words and letters. That's one thing I'm good with. I also started to put colors on my drawings. That's far from easy. Dude, color is hard. Dude, color's so hard. Shading mostly, but also trying for face anatomy, which I still need to practice on. It takes time, man. One thing that can be really helpful for anatomy in general is studying how proportions generally are with the face. So stylistically, this will change a lot, especially if you go for anime. It's so much fucking different. But for like a regular generic face, you're generally gonna have the eyes in the center of the head. And your eyes are generally gonna be approximately one eye apart. And then your ears are gonna like... Okay, your nose is gonna be like halfway from your eyes to like your chin, and then your mouth is gonna be like halfway from your nose to your chin. So this is like general anatomy. Hairline is usually like somewhere between the eyes and the top of the head. And then eyebrows are like kind of in the middle of that. And then ears tend to be kind of from the eyebrows to the nose. And this is just in general. Real bodies, you know, vary drastically. Also, the side of the head to the eye tends to also be approximately like one eye's width. It's like all approximations and yada yada. But like you can kind of see it here. Like there's a good chunk here, good space here for an eye, a little bit of space here. It's stylized, so the eyes are actually like a little bit big. And it's also on a downwards angle, so it might not seem it, but the ear actually does still meet the eyebrow and kind of line up with the nose. So keeping this in mind will help a lot with keeping your faces proportionate. So like the ear, for example, if we follow the eyebrow to nose, you kind of get like this size, because they're a little on the small side. The rest of your anatomy is like pretty decent though. Like you got the general idea, it's mostly just like fine-tuning it at this point. Subtitles for the win, dude. Subtitles for the fucking win. Dyslexia and dysphonia are both related issues in the brain. For a lot of people with dyslexia, also have issues with reading because, like they can't process the words they hear because they still read all the words aloud in their head. Dude, that is actually something that I definitely do experience. I do read words in my head, is the thing. It's also funny because, like, a lot of people comment that I tend to be pretty speedy with reading on chat. And I don't know how I do it, man. Because honestly, sometimes I don't even process it until like after like a second after I say it. So like I'll read it, but my brain is like still loading as I'm reading it. It's weird. Brains are fucking weird, dude. Okay. Then getting back to stylization. The eyes are a little more boxy here than they are in the game. So I'm gonna curve these down a bit. And they would be a little bit smaller as well, but I'm not trying to pay too much attention to proportions here as much as the overall style. I'm just touching up the eyebrow shape a little as well. Again, there's not really much of an outline here. Which you do have, like, a little bit of an outline, which is fine, I think. Because it does still work with the style, even if the screenshot doesn't show it really. But I would make sure to have a really thick line on the outline, especially, because that's where most of the lines are. Just going all around, I don't think there's a part that's, like, really not outlined. The neck here is a little lesser lined, but I think that's because the effect of the shaders might actually make it thinner. That's just a guess, based on what I do know about shaders. Because again, it's copying a game style, which a lot of things will be done kind of mathematically, if that makes sense. We're gonna thicken these up. Line width matters a lot in style. Like, if you're trying to imitate someone with a really thin style, like thin line art style, and you end up using really thick, it is not gonna look remotely the same. Like, it'll give a very, very different vibe. I'm just gonna add the lines here. I'm gonna assume that the light is coming from the right, just to have a little bit of a light source, because you do generally want to keep your light source in mind when you're working, but that's just to make sure that everything has, like, a really good weight to it. So we're actually gonna make lines on the right side just a little bit thinner in places. And anything that seems to be, like, standing out from stuff seems to have a little bit of a outline as well. Be a little bit of depth, so we're actually gonna thicken this up just a touch as well. You can see just by mostly changing the line work and adding a couple little lines, we get a lot more of that kind of comic-y feel. One other thing to keep in mind is, as per usual, with contrast, we don't have as much actually, your contrast is, like, pretty decent overall. You mainly need a little bit lighter lights, but the rest is actually, like, pretty good. Lighter lights and a little bit darker darks. So, like, right here, we have a good chunk of shadow as well as, some of the facial bits. And we have a little bit of a higher, a little bit more of a contrast on the hat especially. On the sides here. Normally, I'd recommend not color picking and trying to learn for yourself. But if we just add a little more dark here. And of course, this is done, like, very roughly. And add a little bit of highlights. God, color is so confusing sometimes. And honestly, faces have a lot of color variation in them as well. And just different variations in general. Also, realism is not my strength, and this is kind of like semi-realistic. Like, just adding, like, a little bit of... This is absolutely the wrong fucking color, but art hard. Using better color choices than what I'm using. Just focus on that contrast. Because even just adding, like, a little bit here, once we go to this, you can see a good bit of difference. Cartoon oil painting realism? Yeah, it is a tricky style. It is absolutely not my forte by any means. And again, I did not choose very good colors for this. Colors are fucking hard, dude. Colors are so fucking hard. They are so tricky, especially when it comes to skin tones, because there's just like so much, man. You have like underlying skin tones where it's like some people have like a little bit more of a different hue to their skin. Like some people are a little more like olive toned and some people are a little like redder and then lighting and then art is a fucking nightmare. But if we just add like a little bits of more contrast. Because you do have the contrast, the thing is, or like, you do have the shadows is the thing. Like, you do have like the shadow up here, right? It's just, it's not quite dark enough, which is something that a lot of people struggle with. It's something I struggled with a lot as well. It was probably the main feedback I got when I was going to art school. Which I didn't finish my degree, but don't mind that. But the main feedback I did get in art school was that I wasn't using dark enough darks or light enough lights. I was very worried about going too dark. And it's a very, very common thing when it comes to art. We tend to be very afraid of going too dark with things, but dark is good. Dark creates contrast. It is good. Do not be afraid. You can always, especially if you're working digitally, you can always lighten things up is the thing, right? You can always adjust colors. You can always rework things. You don't have to worry about like wasting pigments or anything, right? So do not be afraid to work with like a lot of darks. And the thing is like when you start it, it's not going to look right? Like this looks a little bit fucky because we don't have like all the dark parts in. But it's a thing where it's like you have to really trust the process, especially when you're working with a very like painterly style is the thing. Painterly styles take a lot of rendering to look good, and you're gonna have to get past what I like to call the ugly phase, okay? And it happens with like pretty much like every kind of art. You're always gonna get a stage where like it doesn't look good until like it starts looking good. You have to like really, really just like kind of keep like adding details. And it can also help to try and learn to work in like black and white. Because if you work in black and white, you don't really have to worry about color, right? So like if I just like go over this real quick, we got some light here, we got some dark here. Like working in black and white can be really, really helpful just for like learning your values and learning like how dark, how light you should really go. And then you can start getting into colors because like you might assume that like a full saturation color might be a lot brighter than it actually is, right? I'll show you guys like an example in a second. But like just by like working with this, thickening up a couple lines to add a little bit more comic vibes. And not using too many of the squigglies as well. You can see just by like adding little bits, it matters a lot. Think this drawing needs a render layer that's slightly updated? Probably. I try not to go like too much into detail. Just because like I always have like so much to do with the homework, so I can only really do you know, little bits of tips. I can't completely whip up everything. But I can at least give like, you know, little general advice. And then what was I gonna say? Oh, there was something I was gonna demonstrate. Fuck. What was it? Fuck. When I was talking about values. What was it? Ah. Also, hi Drizzle! And hi Silence and hello Songbird. Hi. I can't remember what the fuck I was talking about, bro. Oh shit. Also, hello Okurka! Hi. Welcome. think this is one of those styles that's difficult. You need to become comfortable making it ugly before it starts to become pretty in the ugly. Exactly, dude. Fucking exactly. It's so hard. It's so fucking hard, dude. I am not gonna lie. Also dirty because zombie apocalypse and whatnot? Absolutely. 100%. It is a hard style to do. I am not gonna lie to you, man. It is difficult. It's that like semi-realism that's not really realism, but it's also cartoony, and it's a hard style, bro. But you did really fucking well. I fucking commemorate you for trying, because that is a bitch and a half of a style to do. What was I? Oh, I remember. I was gonna talk about the values of colors. So let me bring my colors back over here. All right. So the thing with like colors and stuff and why it's easier to work in black and white is because if we're only working in black and white, right? We have I'm gonna make a square. Hold up. So if we're only working in black and white, if we go like full value, right? You know, we get our good gray colors. You know, we can tell what's darker and what's lighter really, really fucking easily. But the thing is, once we start going into color, like if we work at 100% saturation, so this is as saturated as the color can get, these will change a lot. So we'll start with like red. We'll start with red, orange, yellow. Oh, that's kind of a greenish yellow. There we go. Green. Some kind of blue. Another kind of blue. Purpley. Kind of a pinkish. So like, when we change just the hue alone, we haven't touched the saturation or the value. We haven't made it lighter or darker. But the thing is, once we put this into grayscale, it's not smooth, right? Every single color has a different value at pure saturation, which makes it really, really fucking hard to work with colors sometimes. So it's a lot easier to learn how to work in grayscale first, and then learn the values of colors, and then learn how to apply those values in a way that's pleasing. Because, like, for example, we can have an apple, right? Yippee, we have funny apple. And we can shade this apple. We could shade it using red. Or we could shade it using like a blue-ish kind of color. And it's like it could be so different, man. We could even shade this with like, I don't know, what's a bad color? A bad color to shade that with. Let's shade it with like this color, right? So it doesn't look like super pleasing. But in grayscale, like, it kind of works. Color is a bitch. Color's a fucking bitch, dude. Like, the challenge would be like, I was 25% was decent. Yeah, you did really well, dude. Again, I really commemorate you. It's a fucking hard style to do, man. But you did great. I'm also taking, I think, a little too long on these. But there's so much I want to say about everything. So let me send this your way. And I will move on to the next one. And let me count how many we have so I can try to estimate how long I should be taking on these. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 8 at the current pace would take 4 hours, which is not ideal. So I should probably get them done in 20 minutes or less. How you doing? I'm doing good, and thank you for the resub star. 7 fucking months, dude. With the best arc demon. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Sorry, I feel like it took forever. Don't apologize. That's on me, dude. That is 100% on me. I just like yapping. I can talk about art pieces and critique for so fucking long, dude. I could go on and on for fucking ever, bro. It is completely on me. It is not on you. If I keep going on, it's because I'm having fun. So no apologies necessary. Da, 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 da. All right. Who next? Let's see. Let's go for Amiya's next. They did do a mini study as well, but we're gonna stick to their main study. So let me close all this shit. So we got this. Let's shrink it down a little. Then we have the references. All right. Let me give us some fucking room. Say for preachy rep, yeah. And hello, Jacob. Hope you're having a good day today. Welcome. Dude, I love this style. This style's so cute. Also, one thing I really like is that you're referencing multiple images of theirs. You can especially see here, you can see how they do their line work, like separate from their colored work, which I really dig. Okay, their style seems to be very, very simple. They do the thing that I mentioned earlier where they kind of outline the main details and they kind of color in the extra details. You can even see here that they color their folds in a different color than they do their line work. And same with the details. Like, they don't even, well, they might have sketched these lines in during the line art stage. Or they might have lined it and colored it after. But they could have also just did the lines after as well, which seems just as probable to me. Really could go either way without seeing a speed paint. If an artist you're studying is posting speed paints or just like process videos, watch that shit, okay? You can learn so much just by like watching exactly how they do things. Because you might think they do something one way and they might end up doing it another. Can't art a single bit, but enjoying the gap. I'm glad. That makes me so happy. Like, that is like the biggest compliment you could give, dude. Like, you're not even fucking arting, but you're enjoying the vibe. I appreciate it, man. So hello, Shishiro. Having a good day so far? Thanks for asking. Hope you're having a good day too. I am. I'm vibing. Yep, some more. I'm here for it, and can't say I'm here for the art. Just find art streamers are the best yappers. Yeah, we really are, man. Like, I always tell people, my art streams are more like just chatting with a side serving of art. All right. Let's get to deep diving into the style analysis. I'm actually going to shrink this down a little bit more, I think. Actually, no, it's fine. Fine. Okay. So, let me see. Okay, they tend to seem to have darker lines on the outlines of their main elements. Even when they do color them. Which I don't think they color their lines too often. They color their detail lines, but it seems that they tend to keep the darker outline in general. So I think the first thing I would probably actually potentially suggest would be to have a darker outline rather than the colored outline here. And this is only if you're mimicking the style, obviously. I actually really do like colored lines, personally. I love colored lines. They're very, very pretty. But if we're just specifically referencing the reference material, I would actually go very dark. So let's see if I can do a crunchy edit of this. And emphasis on the crunchy, because this is not very specific detailed work. But if we just darken up these lines here, it's gonna immediately feel a lot more like this style. Because all the main elements are separated by very, very dark lines, which helps separate them from one another. Like if these lines were not super dark, they'd kinda blend in a little bit more. But they do tend to use a little bit of colored lines when elements overlap a little, like right here on the finger bitties. So if you did want to include those colored lines, I would keep them on the inside here. Which honestly is just luck that that didn't get picked up in the color gamut. But I would also probably do it with... Probably do it here. And then... Where else? Where else? Da, 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 da. Probably on the lines here as well. But I do it to separate your main elements and keep that dark bit there. You don't want to do it on any elements that are like inside. So if you wanted to add like... Wanted to add shadows here. Trying to pick a decent color. If you wanted to add shadows here, you could, and I'd probably then I'd do the colored lines for the inside. And then let's see. How do they handle shade? Okay, they do shadows. So I think you already have it. Yeah, you do have a bit of a shadow here already, actually. I'm also gonna change the line of this leg bit here as well. There we go. So immediately, like, the dark lines make a huge difference in copying the vibe. Like when ribs look so cool, they do. The design is sick as fuck, dude. I fucking love it. Okay, they also use like very minimal shadow. They seem to only use shadow in the very, very dark parts, which I do think you mostly imitated. They don't actually seem to do any shadow on the skin or any cast shadows. They seem to only do it in like parts where there's like a sleeve. So you see very, very minimal shading overall. I'm gonna exclude this example just because it feels a lot different than the rest and still in the rough stages, but it's still really good for seeing the line work. So what I would probably do here is I would probably... I'd probably fill in this area. Because their style is like super, super simplified. So I would fill in these bits dark. And then I would not keep the shading on the arms. Or the neck. Normally I'm a big, firm believer in like neck shading. But I don't think they actually do that themselves on the styles that I can see. Unless they do it here. Okay, they do it there. Okay, I would keep it on the neck specifically then. Or I'd even maybe suggest just using the dark line art maybe. Either the dark line art or just a little bit darker of a color here maybe. Just to create that like really high contrast shadow. And then let's see what else. I feel like everything else you kind of pretty much got down. Like the shapes they use are very like simplified, which I think you did keep in mind. And their line thickness also isn't like super varied either. Tends to be kind of pretty much like the same width for the most part. So I think that would be my main points. I'd maybe get rid of the shadows on this part. Like normally I'm a big shadow person, but just for like mimicking style, I'd probably get rid of it for the most part because they don't even include a shadow in the little overlapping bit here either. Your style is very, very just clean and simple. Good afternoon, Mesa. We'll be back if you're still streaming, but if not, then thanks for streaming. Yeah. I'll be going for another at least 2 hours. We'll see how fast we can get through these. I think that's all I can really give for this, honestly. She just did really, really good. So like the main tip is mostly just outline colors, honestly. And like details if you wanted to add them. You could even add like maybe a little bit to the sleeve here as well if you really wanted like a shadow. But even then, I don't think it's even like 100% necessary. They use their fold lines like very minimalistically. So let me copy paste this one and send it over and give them a star for a job well done. Here we go. Then give star, and then we move on to the next. Okay. Let's move on to Thanos' art. Let's see. Okay, open up a new canvas. Toss this over here, grab our references. Got a couple references. That's the same one. Oopsie, meant to grab a different one. Oh, that's weird. It won't let me copy that image. What the fuck? That's weird. Here we go. So teeny. Here we go. Let's size this up, baby. All right. So bad. Don't call your stuff bad. I need to make that like a rule. I don't like when people call their stuff bad. Yes, you probably did not ace the style, but that's okay. Art is never perfect, and it's never as bad as you say it is. Posted, deleted, got scared, then reposted. Don't be afraid, dude. It's okay to not be perfect, man. Stick to above the waist? Nope, will not. In-game sprite, I think. I don't know if Tormented One has an official art. Fair. Never got the notifications, bro. I'm at the store. Oh, no! Hello, Amiya. We just got finished with yours. Yours was so good, dude. It was so good. I love the style you chose so much. All right. So, okay, first thing that does come to mind, just immediately, is actually the color palette specifically for this. So above all else, none of the colors used here are very, very saturated, right? Like, let me drag my colors over here. If we just go over this with like so keep your eyes over here, okay? Keep your eyes on the S, all right? So if I'm just going over all this, the most saturated we kind of really get is like in the really dark brown colors. But in anything, even like the brighter colors, we don't get like super saturated for the most part, right? We tend to reach like kind of a max of around 75 on the extreme, but most of the colors are actually really desaturated or just like really, really dark, right? They have a very grungy feel. They're not very bright, right? Which gives it a lot more of a kind of dark, kind of, I want to say fucked up vibe, right? It's not happy, right? Actually I should have kept that out. But if we go over here, then it tends to be like really, really saturated, which I know is part of your design. So I would actually recommend desaturating your color if you're imitating this style. Because a lot of the times, you usually, it's not a hard rule. It's not a hard rule. You usually don't want to work in super bright saturation unless you're doing it with like a really big purpose, right? So one tip that I usually like is to work from desaturated to saturated and use saturated more minimally. But that's specifically for my style. There are styles that work with just like very, very high saturation in general, like a very like color pop-esque, right? And I love those styles. I'm not great at those styles myself. I am always very mesmerized when people do make it work because it's hard. It is really hard to make those work. But for your style specifically, I would really, really recommend bringing down the saturation if you're trying to imitate this style, even if it is part of your design. And like I said, I do break the saturation rule with my stuff sometimes, but I tend to do it very purposefully, right? It tends high saturation. You kind of sometimes want it to be more of an accent rather than the main point. But again, that's just a general vibe. You can absolutely break that rule 100%. You could break any tips or any rules I give when it comes to art. This is just some generalized advice. It is never a hard rule. There are no hard rules with art whatsoever. It just depends on what you're going for. Okay, so again, I would probably oh, also another thing I do notice is so depending on how you color your work, sometimes you're going to end up with this. See how it has like a gray outline around the lines? Unless the style has this, which I don't think it does, from what I can tell. You generally want to avoid this, okay? So I'm not too sure how you color. To me, it looks like you might be using the color bucket tool, which you can use, but usually you want to change some of the settings, especially depending on what kind of brush you use for your line art. So if the line art you're doing, like if the brush you're using for your line art has a little bit of opacity on the sides, so if it's not a completely dark line, for example, here's a very, very sharp G pen, and here's a brush that I like to use. So you can tell this one has like a bit of opacity, but if we try to fill both of these in, I don't use the bucket tool because the bucket tool tends to be kind of, honestly, usually kind of ass, depending on the program. I use a special fill tool. But if I just try to fill this in with black, you can tell that the one that I use the soft one with doesn't fill in very well because it has that opacity there. So it's just something to keep in mind. I also would not fill your parts in separately because it does look like you did that. So when you're filling stuff in, Rather than rather than fill them in like this, let me use the actual fill tool and see if this actually works. Rather than doing it like one by one like this, which does kind of work, but you can see a little bit of it is missed. You want to make sure that you're kind of filling it like all in at once. The tool I use specifically can do that just in one stroke, which is amazing. But if you're not doing that, you want to make sure that you go over it with your brush. So if you are going to do this, you want to take in your brush after and fix those up. You want to go like under the lines and just kind of clean it up so that you don't get those streaks around it. Wanted to shade better, just didn't have the time. That's okay. Only rule is to never say that your art is bad. Exactly. My number one rule. I need to add that in. I legitimately need to add that in as a rule because it breaks my fucking heart when people say that their stuff is bad. Okay? And it's not good for you, okay? It's not good to say that you're bad at something. It's okay. The thing is, also I don't think I saw that hydrate hound. I'm so sorry. It's been like 9 minutes. I was super yapping, dude. I also don't think I saw the follow notification either, Ophelia. Thank you. Or Murder Drones fan. Oh my god, I've been fucking yapping for a hot second. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'll hydrate now. Thank you, thank you. Top quality yapping though. Thank you. The art tips, yeah. So what I tend to do, Glass Chains, is every 2 weeks, I assign people a homework assignment for art, okay? It's not mandatory by any means. I also do a critique as well, in general, if you don't want to do like the actual art homework I assign. But I assign a homework, and then people can work on it, and then they submit it, and then I go over it on stream, and I give them personalized tips and tricks to how they can improve the thing that we were working on that week. It's really fun, and my community really likes it. And I like doing it too. I love seeing what everyone makes. So I'm trying to give some tips on how to draw in very specific styles that people are trying to work in this week. Think it'd be good to realize that you aren't good at something. Wouldn't be where I am career-wise if I thought I'd been good at development when I wasn't. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I was about to go on a tangent. But it's not... Okay. It's good to realize that you're not as good at something as you want to be, but it's not good to get into the habit of just calling all of your stuff bad. Okay? That's the thing. That's the difference, right? Like, don't be like, man, I'm so shit at art, man. Like, oh, man, I fucking suck. That's unhealthy. Okay? It's really bad. It might be true. Okay, it might be true. You might not be great at art because you might be starting out, for example, right? Because you're never going to be great at something when you're just starting it. Unless you're like a savant for some fucking reason, in which case, good for you, man. You're like the 0.1%. But in general, it's not good to, it's not good for your mental to say you suck at something. It's okay to say, hey, this is not as good as I want it to be. I need to improve on things, and that's okay. That's a lot better of a mental approach to take to it, rather than, man, I fucking suck. And like, I tell you guys I suck at video games, right? Which kind of sounds like I'm breaking the rule, but like, I don't care that I suck at video games, okay? It's not a point of insecurity for me. It's not a point of like, man, I fucking suck. It's a, man, I fucking suck. Let's go. It's a different vibe, right? And it's like, if I wanted to improve more, right, I could, right? But I don't care enough to, okay? I don't care that much. I'll have fun with my funny little video games. I enjoy sucking at my little games, okay? How can I get critique? You can join the Discord and you can submit some art into the critique channel. You have to make sure to grab the role in the role section first, saying that you're interested in homework and critique, though. And you can do exclamation Discord to join the Discord as well. And then when it comes to critique, I prioritize homework assignments, and then if I have enough time after the homework, I'll do the critique after. And if I don't have enough time for the critique after, I'll do it at the start of next stream. Ideally, I'd like to do separate critique streams and separate homework streams, but usually we don't have that many submitting stuff for critique. So you guys should submit more for critique. I love critiquing your shit. Want to hear something I'm really excited for that happens next weekend? Absolutely. I want to hear everything all the time, man. Enjoying vibes? Really super duper love your art and want to hang out more, so I dropped a follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying the vibes. That makes me so happy. But yeah, it is good to realize when you're not good at something. That's how you improve, right? You don't improve by being like, man, I'm so good at this thing. I don't need to work on this ever again, right? You don't improve that way. So it's like you need to have a healthy approach to it is the thing, right? That's the most important part. But back to the back to the style analysis. Oh. Okay, another thing I notice immediately is that your colors are actually going over your line work. So you want to make sure that your colors are inside. You can do this in a lot of ways. My favorite way is working with clipping layers. So you can make it so that you make a base layer and then you clip all your additional layers to that layer, and then it won't go outside the lines. So then you only have to work inside the lines once. So I would clean all of these up. And again, we also have the bleeding color on the pants as well. So you really, really want to make sure you don't get those colors like bleeding over the lines. That's the main thing that's gonna make your work look a lot better. Do you know how to use clipping masks, or do you know how to clip to layers, or do you want me to go over that? Because it's a very, I want to say it's a very novice thing, but if you don't know about it, then you don't know about it. And I don't want to assume that you do know if you don't know. We love the yap, I'm glad. Improved the most with my art when I was regularly drawing? Absolutely, 100%. Me too, short I mean. Like, okay, starting in October, I actually started drawing every day. I post every day now. Just because I've gotten into the habit now, and I've improved so much in the past year, dude. You improve so much when you regularly draw. Got date with the girl from my last photo shoot when I did a bunch of modeling for a jacket company. I'm so excited. That's so exciting. Congratulations, Onyx. I hope the date goes well. Usually select the liner and then go to a different layer so it colors in the lines, like selecting things with group by a similar color or lasso tool. And I put lower saturated below the post if you want to show diff, it does better. Okay, I'm going to teach you how to use layers, okay? I'm going to teach you very, very, very basic, okay? It should work in pretty much any art program, minus maybe MS Paint. I don't think MS Paint has it. But, I don't think you're drawing in MS Paint. Any art program should be able to show you. Let me drag this over. Oh god, how do I drag this over? Fuck. Let me actually do another capture of my thing. CS2. Okay, and let me move this down so you can see the full extent of my program without any distractions. Okay, so we don't care about anything on the left. We just care about the layer stuff. So let me bring this down a bit more, a bit up. Then let me hide the other one. Sorry, a little bit of shenanigans. Just because I don't want to have to resize it again after. Oh, but that gets rid of my... Darn it. You can't see my... Okay, I'm trying to think of how I best show you. You know what? Maybe I can drag this out. No, I can't. That's cool. I think if I do this, maybe I can. Whatever. I'll just... It's gonna look silly, but I'll drag it, like, all the way over to the side, I guess. It's a jank way to do it, but it's the best. Oh, you can't even... Sorry, my layout isn't meant for showing my layers usually. Just trying to think. I'm trying to think. Hold up. Okay, maybe I'll just have to resize my regular thing and redo it after. This is fine. All right. I think I can make this work. He's good at... Okay, you should be able to do it on Krita. Okay. So, ignore the fact that, you know, this makes my layout look like shit. It's not the point. So, we're gonna actually open up a new canvas for you. I'm gonna zoom in. All right. We're gonna start with our lines because, fuck doing a sketch right now. So let's say we want to color a heart, right? Keep it super, super simple. We make this funny little heart, right? All the lines are closed. You can work without closed lines, but this is just to keep it simple. All right? And I'm gonna even use the bucket tool, okay? Also, hello, Derek. Yay! Hi. I'm just teaching how to use layers and clip layers right now. Soy de Mexico? Oh shit. I forget some of my Spanish. Hablo un poco español, pero no sé muchas palabras. Yeah. I forget how to say welcome in Spanish. My brain wants to go to the French bienvenue, but I know that's not right. Bienvenidos. Yippee! That's good. Thank you. Thank you. I love learning. I'm trying really hard to learn. One sec, I need to see. Oh, fuck, it's gone. Oh, there we go. My Spanish starts and stops at por favor. I'm trying really hard to learn. I've only been really using Duolingo, which is not the way to go about it. But I'm trying. Gracias por hacer el intento de hablar español. Yeah, I try. Es difícil, pero muy divertida. No sé. But it's fun. Very hard. Forgot how to get Baldur's Gate 3 working on Linux? Let's go! Congrats! Divertido. Thank you. Gracias. Started to listen to more Spanish music. A lot of fun to listen to. It's good, dude. There's a lot of really good Spanish songs. Pretty good. That makes me happy. Thank you. Okay. But back to tutorial. Okay. So, there is a thing called a reference layer. That's what this is. You don't necessarily have to use this technically, but it's really good. So what selecting this does is that when you go to your tool, Oh my god, this is gonna mess up my display so bad. Oh god, I can't even have it both on screen at the same time. Fuck. Oh, Jesus. But basically, you can set your tool to use a reference layer. You don't necessarily have to do it this way, but just in terms of like how the layers work, we're gonna have our color layer underneath our lines, which is, you know, normal. And then I'm gonna fill in the color on this line, this layer underneath. I'm gonna check to make sure it goes up to the sides, which it kind of does. We're missing a little bit. Sometimes you can change the settings on the fill to fill a little bit more. But this depends on your program. I'm not as familiar with Krita. But, you know, I fill it in. And then we make another layer on top. And we click this button, okay? This is gonna be the godsend of your fucking buttons, okay? This little button changes everything, okay? Because what that little button does is that makes it so when you see this little line, it can't go outside the lines that you put down here, okay? So anything you put on this will not go outside the lines here because you already made a base. So if we just like scribble on top, it's not going outside that. This is the godsend, okay? This is the best thing fucking ever. There's a million other ways you could do it, but this is just like the easiest thing. And all it takes is one button, and this will keep you inside your lines. Right? And like, for example, if we wanted to make like another heart here, we could clip to that. And then again, we're staying in the lines. It is an absolute godsend. Name of the button, it is specifically just clip to layer below. It is absolutely in Krita. It's in Krita, it's in Photoshop, it's in like pretty much everything. Learn to use this thing and it will be absolutely fantastic for you. The only thing is, make sure the layer underneath has the colors that you want or is like filled in as much as you want it to be. Because if this layer, for example, if we just like erase a good chunk of it, so if I erase like this, you can see like, shit, you can't see. One sec. I keep having to change like bits of my display for this specifically. You can see that we erased some of the heart, so therefore it doesn't, the color that we put here doesn't apply to it. So you want to make sure this is filled in as much as you want. And again, if you fill in too much, if you go over the line, it'll also go over the line, right? But this little thing will be your godsend, okay? Clip to layer below, it is! I use Clip Studio. Clip Studio is my goat. I love Clip Studio so fucking much. But that's the basics of it. There's definitely, you can absolutely look it up, you know, on tutorials and stuff. A lot of people will mention it. It's a very, very, I want to say beginner thing. It's something you learn generally at the beginning when you're learning digital art. But again, you know, if you were never taught that, you wouldn't know, right? And there's also stuff like layer masks and stuff that come in super handy. But you know, start simple. Start simple. Goodbye. Oh, who said goodbye? Who leaving? Oh, goodbye, Derekige. Thank you for jumping by. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Speak Spanish very beautifully. Thank you. I try. Los tacos son good. Hell yeah. I actually had tacos for breakfast today. Tacos are very tasty. I also had a quesadilla. You play Pokemon and have your stream playing in the background? Didn't know my phone did that. Let's go! Hell yeah! I will happily be your background noise. Try to find it at the same time, but still not found. It should be around the same area. It should be around your layers. It might look a little different, but once you should be able to like hover over the buttons and find one. If not, you can probably Google it and be like, where is clip to layer button in Krita? And it'll probably show you. I guarantee it's in Krita. Like 100%. Also, thank you for the sub, Charlamagne. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. You go for a big steak burrito? Hell yeah, man. Fuck yeah. I could fuck that shit up. Though maybe not a burrito. I don't really like beans, and burritos usually have like some beans in them, and I'm not a big bean person. Okay, okay. But back to the style imitation. I went on a huge tangent. I'm so sorry. Oh. But back to the style, we have very desaturated colors. We have very soft shading as well. We don't really have too many hard lines. We have a little bit on folds. So let's see. I'm gonna duplicate this real quick. Gonna merge any of the edits I already made. Then I'm actually going to lower the saturation a bit. Because again, I told you it's a little bit bright for the style, so even if your style's like really, like even if your color palette's really bright, you might want to adjust it just to mimic the style a bit better. So we're gonna actually like dim this down. Normally I really like high saturation stuff, but we're gonna make it a little more muted. Also, your shading doesn't really match like the shading style here. Again, it's very, very soft. It has a lot of like transitions. So we're actually gonna add a little bit more to this. I'm gonna use a brush with some opacity to it. That's kind of like a little bit of a marker brush just to soften this out. It's a very, very, very soft shading style rather than kind of hard and cell shaded. So just by like blending this out, we get a lot more of the feeling over here. Normally I'm a big fan of more cell shaded. So I'm usually a bigger fan of the kind of shading that you do have here. But if you do want to mimic this style, it is a lot softer. And then in terms of line work, their line work actually isn't very heavy. It's very, very thin, and it might even have a little bit of color to it. The sizes of these are a little bit on the small side, so some of the details get a little bit lost and crunchy. But you'd probably actually want to thin out a lot of these thicker lines. Which I'm not going to do it on the whole piece just because, you know, that's a lot of work. I'll try to do it in like some areas just so you can kind of see the difference between where I made some edits and where I didn't. Then let's see, when it comes to the meat guy. Yeah, most of the dark lines are kind of on elements that are separated from one another, it seems. I'm not sure how they do. Okay, we do have a bit of the chest here. So they actually don't do very, very dark lines on the chest. They kind of blend them in as well. It's a very, very blended in style with the very, very subtle lines rather than very harsh. So I'm just going to thin some of these out on the chest especially. And again, just like soften it up a lot. Just really, really thin these out. And I've mentioned it before with some of the other styles we've went over today so far, but the type of lines that you use will really, really make or break the style you're going for. Line art is very, very, very important, and just as important as colors and stuff as well. But you can see there's just like a big difference when you make it softer and very, very thinner lines compared to the thicker lines on the other side. Now, an artist, don't you think that biceps too big at the bottom? Yes, but I'm not going over specifically anatomy with the critique today, because the critique today is very centered on imitating other styles. So instead of focusing on proportions and stuff, I'm telling people how to work with line work and color and shading and contrast and stuff to imitate other styles. So even if the anatomy isn't perfect, I'm mostly focusing on the other details instead, because anatomy practice will just come with time. It's using a lot of references. It's, paying attention to scale and yada yada. But I absolutely do go over that kind of stuff when I do very, very specific critique streams, rather than specifically my homework stream, which is the focus of this stream. But I instead, Krita doesn't have clipping mask functionality, but you can group your layers. It definitely has clipping mask. I can guarantee you 100%. There is a 0% chance it doesn't. Because I have used Krita before, and you can see it here. You do need to put it into a group first, apparently, though. So it does work a little bit differently, but it does work. I haven't watched this video, but I see a YouTube video talking about clipping masks, so this may be helpful. I haven't watched it, but it's the first thing that kind of comes up on Google, so. Again, Krita is not my main program, so I don't know too much about it. Trying to do skin and then my outfit, but wasn't enough time. No worries. The thing is, you can absolutely still do that and then do, all the other stuff as well. Are you softening and like blending? I use a brush with opacity. I'm just very, very used to painting styles. So I'm using a brush that if I go full black, this is what my brush looks like. And it can go darker depending if I'm leaning harder, but it's never fully black unless I layer it up. So this is how I tend to like color a lot. I'll just color pick other colors and blend them together. That's how I learned digital art. And I just did it all on top of your art. I didn't use like any fancy layer settings or anything. Came back because when I got on Pokemon, got real quiet, didn't like it. Oh, fair. I'm glad you can do it both at the same time, though. If the AI overlords aren't pranking me, did say Krita has the clipping mask feature? Yeah. Like I said, there's no way it doesn't. I did use Krita long, long ago, and I know it's not a feature that they would just like remove. But yeah, that's those are the main critiques I would give for this. Let me try moving on to the next piece after I send this one off. Check that out? Yeah, please do. Again, I haven't watched the video, but I assume it's probably decent. Or it probably goes over it better than I would because I do not use Krita. Google is your best friend when it comes to learning shit. Da, 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 da. Okay, here we go. Let me mark you with a star. All right. We're making progress, baby. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to do. Might be a little bit of overtime today. I don't know if we'll be able to get to critique submissions today, so we'll probably end up doing it next stream, depending. Like at the beginning of next stream. And then we can end up hopping into art. Let's see. Who to choose next? I think this one's gonna be fun. I'm gonna choose this one next. This one's a really fun style. Okay, let me grab everything. Oh my god, that's a big image. Larger than I thought it would be. Which is good. Look, working in big file sizes is really, really good because you can get a lot of detail in without losing quality. It can be very demanding on your PC though, depending. Okay, so these are our references. All right. And this is by the Smugavis. Maybe I misread what I saw. No worries. No worries. It's so fucking easy to misread, man. It's so easy. Not to mention, Google fucking sucks nowadays. Like, I tell people, you know, Google shit, it's your best friend, but shit's fucking hard to find nowadays, man. Google has, like, actually gotten so fucking bad. Especially with, like, AI shit, too, man. All right, all right. Oh, I love the style here, dude. It's so cool. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna check contrast because I think, judging from my eyes, I think this one has a little bit of low contrast, specifically on the background stuff. It does have high contrast in the front with the shine, which I love. But I think the rest of it probably needs a little more. So if we turn this to grayscale, we can see that this style uses a lot of really dark darks, right? So the shadows are like very, very dark, which makes the light stand out all the more. But in comparison, over here, we only have one little spot of really dark, and the rest of it is all just kind of within the same range, right? So if I drag this over, you can see if I bounce around on the value, we don't go really below like 42 in very many spots other than down here and right here. But meanwhile, over here, you can see it like bounces back and forth and it goes like really, really low in some areas. It has a lot of variation. And the backgrounds are like much, much brighter than the main focus in this one. And same here as well. Inclination was right. References are from Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I did see mentions of that in the post. I need to play Magic the Gathering. I need to learn how to play. I need to find a deck that I would like. But that's good for another day. Okay, okay. And then style-wise, let us zoom in. Okay, so we tend to have very, very minimal line work. If there is line work, they tend to be very thin, or they tend to be colored and kind of fade out into color. We have a lot of contrast built up through color alone and highlights. Also, this one is so fucking pretty. Completely unrelated to critique, but I really fucking dig this art. Okay. We have a lot of really, really dark shadows separating elements. We sometimes have light lines separating elements as well as the darker bits. All right, all right. Okay, so heading back over to your piece. Actually, I should look at the texture on the lines as well. We do have some, like, kind of chalky texture to it. Kind of looks like a little bit, like, kind of like chalk or, like, kind of crayon-esque. So it's not smooth, which is good because you also didn't really use too many smooth brushes. One really, really easy thing to add in is we can add in like either a texture layer or like noise. So I don't know if I have a good texture layer to add over this at the moment, honestly. Let me see. Okay, I don't. Okay, I'm gonna cope with a noise layer then. But if we add a noise layer over this, give me a moment. So we're gonna do not that. Fuck. Gonna add a Perlin noise layer over it because it kind of gives that like a little bit of texture to it. And I'm just gonna put that on a soft layer so we can kind of see the difference when we zoom in. So if we zoom in now, you can see that like the colors that were like super smooth, this gives it like a little bit of a variation, right? It's very, very subtle, but it can make it kind of just blend in more and like it just gives that really, really nice texture. You can either make it smaller or bigger, depending. And it's not really super visible from a distance, like kinda is if I'm turning it off and on here. You can kind of see the little bumpiness show up here. But that's usually more of a final touches thing. So I'm actually going to turn it off for now until we get a little bit more stuff done. But that's just one thing that came to mind immediately. Okay. And then like I mentioned before, we're missing a lot of the really, really dark values. So I'm going to try this. We're going to try fixing the tones maybe. So we're going to try making the darks darker and the lights are pretty light already. We're gonna try playing with the levels here. So I didn't change anything other than like how dark the darkest bits are and how like light the lightest bits are. I didn't change anything color-wise or anything. You can tell if we go in here, we have a lot more contrast to start with already. So just by doing that, you can really, really just make things pop a lot more immediately. Now let's see. The color that they tend to go with for their shadows, it's not actually a pure black, even if it kind of almost looks like it. It seems to be more of like a blue with a little touch of saturation and a little bit brighter than a pure black. What'd you do for that effect? Oh gosh. It's a little bit hard to show because my overlay settings actually don't allow you guys to see my pure window. So give me a moment and make sure there's nothing doxable here. Let me do. Okay, I'm gonna do something a little bit risky. I'm gonna do display capture and I'm gonna select my tablet for you guys. Think it's this one? That didn't work. Cool. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, here we go. So this is what my full stuff usually looks like. So the thing that I did, let me get rid of that layer. Ignore the fact that you can't really see me right now. Whatever. The details are more important than seeing me. Okay, so I have your layer selected here, right? So we go to edit, we go to tonal correction, and then we go to tone curve. This thing is my best friend, okay? This thing is my fucking best friend. This is how you change the lights and darks, okay? There's also changing like the levels of red, green, and blue, but we're gonna ignore that just for the sake of simplicity for now. So if I drag this up, so if I drag this all the way up, you know, for exaggeration, you wouldn't normally drag it this high, but if I do this, it makes it really fucking bright, right? And if we drag it back, and if we drag it, this part like down really, really low, it makes it really, really dark, okay? So we reset that, and we basically just, a lot of times you kind of want to make your lights light and your darks dark, okay? So you kind of usually want to have this little like S-curve. It can depend like what specific settings you want, but in general, you usually want to drag this up and then drag this down. And depending like how much you do it, you might want it a bit more, a bit less. Sometimes you might even not want to adjust like the light at all, or you might even want to drag the light down depending on the vibe. You know, there's not really any right or wrong way to do it, but it is how you can make your darks darker and your lights lighter with very, very minimal effort. And then just to go into it, you know what? I can actually probably put this below me, so I'm at least still here. Okay, and then when it comes to the red, green, and blue, with the red, if I move this over here, it'll make the lights more red. And if I move it this way, it'll make the lights less red. And if I move this part over this way, it'll make it the dark parts more red. And if I make it this way, it'll make the dark parts less red. So if I want like more of a red highlight to it, I can drag it this way. And if I want more blue shadow, I can do it this way, right? So you can really, really play around with colors and vibes really, really easily that way. It's really, really fun. It takes some getting used to, but you can get some really, really cool effects. I'm just gonna use this version, and I'm gonna also get rid of this display capture so I don't accidentally display anything I don't want to display. Okay, so after we have the after we have our darks a little darker and our lights a little lighter, we can actually go in and make our darks even more darker just by, you know, working on it more. So again, they tend to use like more of a bluish black rather than a true black. So I'm just gonna mimic that. I don't know if that's necessarily the best color for this work, but we're gonna fuck around and find out. So we're just gonna add in lots of really dark bits where I think there should be a little additional shadow. Just to really, really increase that contrast. I might not be mimicking the style very well, but this is more just for making it stand out. I think I might even add it in here as well to just emphasize it more. Because they have a very, very just high contrast style in general. And like especially down here where you're gonna have like less shadows, I just make it darker. I think you already got like the overall vibe. It's just making sure you really get that contrast in. Like some styles are more contrasty, some styles are like less contrasty. You know, depends on what you're specifically working on. But just like adding in like little bits of details like here and there will like really, really make certain parts pop. I'm almost hesitant to put the black on the ring just because I really, really like the colors that you chose for it. And again, this is like a very, very messy job. You know, normally you'd spend a little bit more time than what I'm putting into this. Do I like that there? Maybe. You'd probably also use a slightly rougher brush than what I'm using, but I don't have a whole lot of more chalky brushes that I actually like. Okay, and then with wings, we're especially gonna separate some of the details of the wings here, just so that the feathers stand out from the bits below. Wings can be really, really fucking complex is the thing. You can go as simple or like detail as you want with wings. Really just kind of depends on the vibe. Like with pretty much like any kind of art. But just like really, really getting that contrast there. And then like you might even want to just use like very good bits of light to make certain feathers stand out even more, which you can kind of see that they do over here. Trying to think. Maybe a little more here as well. Just to separate it from those strands coming in front. Because contrast will just make areas much, much more readable and stand out from the elements before them and like inside them and stuff. So if something's in front, then you want to make sure that the colors around it contrast enough. Add some over here too. But like just by adding one single color and changing the tone, we get like a completely different vibe. So if I turn off the edits I made, we go from this to this. And with color, with just changing the black bits, you can see it changes, like, it really changes the vibe. Giving a good idea where to deck him for sure. I'm glad you like. Also, thank you, Cat Snake. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it so much. And hello, Crocheted Creepers as well. Welcome, raiders. I hope you guys are having a good day today. What's up? What's up? Normally, no. Oh, fuck. Do I? Oh, dude, I don't. When did my streamer bot not work? I hope no one redeemed anything that was streamer bot based. I was like, why isn't it doing the auto shout out? What the fuck? Normally I have like an auto shout out and normally it tells me what the fuck you were doing. So what were you doing, Cat Snack? Apologies, my streamer bot was not doing its thing. Yeah, a little bit of a goof on my side. My bad, my bad. But hello, what's up, what's up? Doing art attacks. I want to see. If you're comfy sharing, of course. And links are always on, so you don't have to worry about being on a time limit or me giving like you permission or anything. You're good. But I would love to see what you're working on. Also, thank you, Ocalypse. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. If you don't care about either of those, it's also A-okay. We draw 'em, babes. I love drawing babes. I want to see the good babes. For us, we are given art tips and showing how to analyze styles and kind of mimic styles that we really like. Give me a sec here. Yeah. No rush. Also, hello, Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Double raid time, baby. Welcome, raiders. There we go. Now the streamer bot is working. Doodle Scott incoming. Let's go. Hey, how are things going, Em? Also, would you like to pay art tax as well? I would love to see what you were working on. We got so much art text to give a look-see at. Here's some stuff from today. Hype. Let's go. Give my internet a second to load this shit. Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? Your art's so good. What? Look at this. Look at the motion here, dude! And the perspective? What the fuck, bro? And I love your color and I love your expressions. And the details. The face is especially so good, dude. I fucking love this. Thanks, Big Nog. No, thank you, bro. Dude, I love how you draw bodies. It's so flowy, and your hands are so good, too. There's some adjustments on my setup. Was trying to get used to it. Post the doodles I want to see. And I love the expression here, dude. Style's so pretty. Hold up. I need to cyber stalk you real quick and see if you have Twitter and stuff. Hold up. Let me give you a quick follow, and then let me do a quick cyber stalk. Because I want to see more of your stuff, man. This is so pretty. Give my internet like fucking 5 years, dude. Also, thank you for that follow, J Arts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. I have Twitter. Mind if I drop an Instagram link? Please do, please. I encourage it. Go for it, man. I have Twitter. Let's go. And thank you for the follow, too. Okay. I found your Instagram and I found your Twitter. Feel free to post it in the chat, too, though. I do not mind, self-promo stuff if it's, like, on topic and not just, like, random, right? Let's go. Okay. I followed you on Insta. Well, let me follow you on the Twitters. Here we go. Again, I fucking love the flow in your work, dude. Put a screenshot of it in live chat? Oh, let me see. Let me go give it a little grabsies. Okay. Alrighty, and let's take a look at M's work as well. I appreciate it. We try. Art's so fucking hard, man. We fucking try. But again, like one of my favorite things when it comes to art is I just love really good motion. Really good emotion, really good anatomy. Just like fucking it makes my brain so happy, dude. Genuinely, I fucking adore this so much. I am honestly amazed you do not have like so many more followers. I'll need to like retweet your shit too. Hold up. Let me find one I'll really dig. Or actually, I might wait until you post this on Twitter if you are gonna post it. Because I really dig this one a lot. Never post, that's why. That's fair. You should post. Dude, it's so pretty. When was your last post? Let me see. Oh, it's from July. That's not too bad. That's not too long. Well, yeah, that's not too long ago. It's like almost a month ago. You should probably post more. I would love to see more of your stuff, dude. Probably post that. I have a queue of things to finish, to be honest. Dude, you should post your works in progress. You don't have to post like the finished stuff. Absolutely post things that are like a work in progress. And honestly, the works in progress tend to do better than the finished shit. I'm not gonna lie. I would love to see more of your works in progress. It's some of my favorite stuff to see. I'm slow, that's okay. But I would love to see more works in progress from you. Totally up to you. No pressure or anything. But if I'm abiding by my guilty pleasures, I would love to see more. Also, right. Let's bring up M's work as well and see what M was working on. Look at these. I love the butterfly. Bread and butter, it's so cute. Want my chat to know that this is the nicest I expect from them? Aw. Dude, I just want to see more art, man. I just love seeing art so much. It makes me so happy. Work in progress are always great to see because you can see the art in motion. Exactly, dude. I love sketches so much. And I love this sketch especially. You can tell how comfy the catto is. And I also just have a very guilty pleasure for cats. I love cats so much, dude. Oh, any cat ever is like my favorite art ever. Also, let's see, we got some progress here. Is that an apple cake? Is it not a real apple? Is it a fucking slice of cake, too? Because I fucking love that. Dude, I love that so much. No progress, just meme. We love meme. It's so good. Ask my chat to come up with suggestions. That's a base suggestion, dude. Just the apple that's actually cake. But honestly, I keep getting drawn back to the butterfly. The bread and butter is so good. So just the apple actual cake, I love it. And I love this little dude too. His little claw. And of course, here's a mug of beer or ale. I don't actually know the difference. Is there a difference? Is beer ale? There's probably a difference, I imagine. That was the very first suggestion I see. I also love the little sunset on the water here too. Colors are so hard to work with, man, but I love the colors here. I'm not, I always say it, but I'm not really good with working with very saturated colors, and I always find it hard to be really creative with color choices as well. Torbjorn? Okay, I thought it was Torbjorn, but I didn't want to assume. I thought it was, but I didn't want to assume. I was like, I think it is, but if I'm wrong, that would be embarrassing. Butterfly was suggested before I even started. So cute, though. Honestly, bread and butter goes so fucking hard. I would eat this little guy. He looks so fucking tasty. I would devour. Like, buttered toast is just, ugh, such a guilty pleasure. But thank you, thank you for the raid. Dandelion's so cute, it also is. So, oh, he has a little smile. Dude, doodles are like some of my favorite shit, man. Just like little simple things that just make you happy. Like, I love like beautiful rendered art as well, but just like tiny things just make me smile. Just notice the smile, yeah, so cute. But thank you again. All right. Let's stop. Let's stop fangirling over all the pretty art. And then I'll go back to fanning over the other pretty art from all the funny little homeworks. A little late, but better late than never. How are you? I'm good. So, quick sketches and getting used to my new setup. Still some adjustments to be made. Very fair. It's hard to find like a good comfy setup. Also, let me take my medication. It is medication time. Da, 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 da. All right. Dude, I just Is this the song I think it is? Who the fuck put this in my fucking Mario Kart? What the fuck, bro? I just fucking rickrolled myself. Dude, that's so fucked up. I was vibing with my Mario. Oh god. Whoever put this in is fucking evil. I only just noticed myself. I did not check through this entire playlist because it all looked like Mario Kart. But they hid one in there, man. They hid one in there. Also, why am I lagging out? What the fuck? Hello? There we go. Homework was due. Didn't get any work done on that. Work was just going absolutely mayhem a few weeks, so looking forward to the next one. Hopefully I can enjoy them. Yeah, no worries. There's always next week. Also, I'm gonna take a quick piss because I fucking inhaled a huge fucking thing of Baja Blast, so BRB.
All right. We're back. Let's go, yippee. All right. What did I miss?
Have our classes? Kind of. So the thing I do is I assign art homework. But I don't do like live teaching really. I do like I assign the homework and then 2 weeks later I go over it on stream and I give you tips based on the assignment and I also do critique stuff. What an amazing BRB screen. Love the music choice. Thank you. I'm so glad you guys like it. It is my guilty pleasure. I love funny little music. And I love catos. Classes? Yeah. If you're interested, you can do exclamation Discord. And when you join the Discord, make sure that you grab the role saying that you're interested in the homework and critiques. And then you should be able to see the section. Imagine it running for like 20 minutes because you're more busy than you thought. I've had that happen exactly like one time. My mom called me about some serious family stuff, so I was gone for like 20 minutes with the go kitty go going. Oh, I felt a little bad. I was like, man, I'm probably driving Chad a little insane. But you know, gotta take care of my family. It was definitely something though. All right, I think that's mainly the critiques I had for those. Where's my tab mate? There we go. So cool to see artists helping other struggle artists proactively. Yeah, that's my favorite thing, dude. I love just like giving art tips. I love it so much. Cause like it's really hard to know like what exactly you should focus on when you're like first starting out with art, right? And like I always tell people, like I really commend them if they have the like just the courage to even participate in critique, because it can be hard, right? Especially like depending on like who's doing the critique, because I'm gonna be real, there's some mean critiquers out there, right? But like I just want to give you guys just like helpful, tiny little tips that you may or may not want to try applying to your art. It is never mandatory. I will never say yes, you should do this, or no, you should never do this. Like, you know, art is subjective. Art is fun. Art is creative. Never feel locked into things. Even if I give you like a tip or something, you can absolutely fucking ignore me and I don't give a fuck. I was there for that, jamming the whole time. I'm glad. I felt so bad leaving you guys for so long. Sometimes your chat engagement is up during the song, so maybe most active chat at that time. Honestly, it gets a little bit active, but I'd say the most active time is probably actually shortly after I go live. When people are like just like coming in, everyone's like, hello, and I'm like, hello. I tend to get like a good amount of chat engagement, I find. Probably from all my fucking yapping. All right. Let me put this on a new layer and send this off. I think we might end up going like very slightly overtime today, so I don't think we're going to be able to get to the critique specific submissions. Those will probably have to wait until next time, I think. But we'll at least be able to get through all the critiques today. Or not critiques, homeworks. All right. Let me shove this in here. And let me give you a star that I know I already did it. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3. We got 4 more to go, it looks like. So that's around averaging like 15 to 20 minutes each, ideally. So we'll go like slightly over time, probably. Depending on how distracted I get with yapping. Okay, let's do Zavas's next. Art's like beauty, it's in the eyes of the beholder. Exactly. 100%. Like there can be art that like maybe I don't fuck with the style, right? Like maybe it's not my favorite, but like that's just me. It's probably someone else's favorite, you know? There is 0 ways to do it right or wrong. Yapping like the holy Yapatron, yapping like the unholy Yapatron. Simple render style is really cute. Might as well yoink it. Aw, thank you. I love doing simple rendering, man. I like doing complex rendering and I like doing simple. I like both a lot. You can tell like from my style, I tend to bounce around between the two. I really, really, really just like experimenting with styles in general. Okay. This one's Zavas's. I'm gonna actually move this over to the right, just because I like having a left and right comparison personally. Let's see. Okay, so this is the original style. If we zoom in, let's see. They use very, very thick lines is the first thing I notice. They kind of almost have sharp shadows, but they're kind of like softened sharp shadows, if that makes sense. They're very, very blendy, and they don't actually have a whole lot of contrast with one another. Very, very just soft. And let us actually view it in grayscale just to get a better idea of everything. That's so interesting. It's not like super high contrast, but it does have a little bit. And the colors in general, they tend to go like a little less saturated with their shadows, which is interesting. Because I know there's a lot of styles that will go more saturated with their shadows, actually, which is what I tend to do personally. Not gonna lie, same seem to gravitate towards a more childish art style and proportions for some reason, even if I wanna have a more mature look. Dude, I love cutesy styles so much. The thing with me is, like, I'm always torn between, like, super cutesy or, like, very, very detailed and pretty or, like, potentially, like, horror-esque. I can never fucking decide. I don't do that much horror, but I kinda want to. So fucking hard to decide. Okay. So I think first things first, I think Zavasa did really, really good with their values. Zavasa's value work tends to be really, really good. They've improved a lot on it since the time I've known them. Okay. So the first thing that does come to mind is a lot of Zavasa's shadows are actually a little harsher than the reference material. Because like I mentioned, these they have a little bit of a hard outline, but they soften it up. So let's see. So what I would maybe do I would maybe take a blending brush and maybe oh, that's too big. I would maybe soften this up a little. Just to make it a little more blendy. Maybe not in all the spots. But just like a little bit. Let's see. I think the color here is also a little bit too solid, though I also kind of like it, so I'm kind of hesitant to recommend any changes here. But let's see. If I take like a softer brush, I might try introducing just a little bit of a color variation here. Just to make it feel like a little bit softer and not as harsh. I'm also gonna lose any texture that was put on this, which is a little unfortunate. That's okay. Thing is, I really, really, really do like the sharp lines. I know it's not the same as the reference material, but I really, really like it. So we're just gonna soften some of this up. And how do they do their shadows? Their shadows actually aren't completely black. So I would actually lighten these up a little bit to make it appear a little softer. So if I do, we're gonna select a color gamut and increase the amount of selection we can do. This isn't gonna be perfect, so it might be a little bit crunchy, just a forewarning. Because, you know, I don't have the original layers, I'm kinda just, winging it. So, they use a little bit more saturated, blackish color. Just gonna fill that in. And it's very, very subtle, but you can see, like, the difference. So it goes from, like, super harsh to, like, a little softer. The thing is, though, I do really like the high contrast. So I might actually lower this just a little bit. It's not too drastic of a difference. So just a little bit lighter. I'm also going to erase it on some of the parts that I didn't intend to get affected, like the shorts here. And then let's see. Again, the contrast in general is just really fucking good. Their style tends to be really sharp, and they don't really do too many deep shadows on the sleeves. So I would probably fill these in. Trying to find a good brush for this, actually. And that was on the wrong layer. That's fine. You really want to pay attention when you're mimicking a style to like how they do their shadows and where they place them specifically. Oops, I still have the selection on. That wasn't intentional. Let's see, let's zoom out and compare. Say we can maybe keep some of the shadow here. Like maybe in the really, really dark parts. But just not in the sleeve shadows, like in the folds. Like you can maybe keep a little bit of it, but only in like the really darkest of dark parts. I do actually like it on the inside here just because that would be very cast in shadow. So let me look at chat. I got a little absorbed. Why not lead in polar art style as well? See a lot of Japanese artists doing moe horror, and I gotta appreciate the style so much. It's so good, dude. I love moe horror. Harsh colors remind me of Western cel shading and comic style. Yeah, I love comic style, dude. Doodles are now safe, but be looking. Have some other stuff I need to take care of maybe I'll chime in later. Do appreciate the stuff you said about doodles. Of course, and I appreciate the raid. Thank you again so much. Sometimes lack of softness can be a style factor that if used right can work better than traditional mixed edges shading. Exactly. It's really just like mix and matching to like really get the vibe you want to go for. Because like, again, I really, really, really love harsh lines especially. But I think I'd actually maybe potentially suggest softening this part up a little. Just again to like mimic the style. Because they do tend to have very soft edges in general. And then let's see, what else, what else? Let's see. I think maybe if you really, really wanted to, this isn't mandatory. This is just a personal thing. I think maybe adding some lights here would help it contrast a little more with the jacket. Because right now, if we check the... Oh, wait, let me get rid of that. Because right now, the jacket kind of is a little bit similar, so I'd probably just add, like, a shine here. Either make it lighter overall or just like add a little bit of, well, I don't want the highlights on that side. Maybe just a little bit, just to give it a little bit of difference here. And then I think also maybe it's not super like realistic, but I might even add like a little bit of a highlight to the hair here as well, just to help it stand out from the jacket as well, because they kind of, if we go here, it's kind of a little bit similar. It's a little bit darker, but if we add in the light, it's going to stand out just a little bit more. Current homework style mimicking? Yes, that was the assignment this week. We wanted to pick an artist, so Zavasa picked Natyrix and tried to mimic the style. That was the assignment this week. And you could pick any artist. So obviously, you know, sometimes I might give a little bit better advice or a little less better advice depending on like how good I am with that specific style as well. But I can at least give like some generalized tips, even if, you know, it's not perfect. Just little things to like really just pay attention to. But I think in general, Zavasa did really well with this. Like, I guess if you, like, the only other thing I could, like, really maybe recommend is they do tend to have, like, a lot of thicker lines. So if, like, if you really wanted to, you could maybe thicken up just, like, a bit. Just to make it, kind of give it a little bit more of that comic booky style. But I think that's, like, all I'd really suggest for the most part. So if we just add a little bit of thickness, then we get that kind of more graphic feel to it. Also, thank you for the gifts of my fellow frog. Thank you. Jeannie Junes, if you were here, make sure to thank Frog. You know, if you're not shy, you know, no pressure. But thank you. I appreciate it so much. Savasa drawings look so awesome. They do, man. Savasa always fucking kicks ass. Adding some color values that don't affect contrast nearby the electric shock can also help with overall color tone. Yes, exactly. The only reason I didn't really delve too much into color is because Zavasa is actually colorblind. So when I give tips to Zavasa specifically, I usually try to avoid too much very specific color help because I know it's not something they can help. My bad. No worries, no worries. No worries at all. It is also, again, it's something that would definitely come to mind for me to suggest as well. And it's not like it's something you would know either. Zavasa lore, yeah! Zavasa lore. And on like, so I cannot emphasize how impressed I always am by Zavasa. Like, just still working while still being colorblind, like, dude, their shit fucks, man. It's so good. Genuinely adore their stuff so much. But yeah, if I had specific tips that I could give for color choice while being colorblind, I would, but I don't. I do not have color blindness, so I can't give tips in that area. I wish I could. Let's see. Let's merge this to a new layer and send this off. There's not too much else I think I can really recommend because they did really well with the style. It's mostly just thicker lines, potentially softer shadows, and that's probably mainly it. Here we go. Give them a little star. Oh, or I guess we'll give them a cat emote because that was the first emote put on it instead of a star. That's okay. All right. Now I got 3 more to go. 3 more to go. How many critique submissions do we have? Okay, we have one critique submission. We can maybe fit that in. We'll see, we'll see. Depends on how tired I am after doing the rest of them. All right. Let's do Elio's next. Because, oh, dude, I love the style Elio tried to go for. Oh, and of course, if anyone is interested in any of the styles that, we're referencing today, you can see them all in the Discord under everyone's homework submissions. I made it a requirement to make sure that you list who the artist is. So the artist over here is iBesso on Twitter. And then this one is Elio's work. Best way I can suggest this is picking light color and going in a color layer and applying manually the values there while adjusting opacity. Yeah, I think it's so hard because color is just so complex, right? Because like I can give a general idea of going like, numerically, maybe try increasing saturation or desaturation, and numerically, maybe increasing value or decreasing value or adjusting hue to the left or the right, But like at the end of the day, color's just so complex. And there's never just everything works kind of thing. Like there's a little bit of a math to it, but also just color's hard, dude. I think there's programs that can make your screen look like how it would to a colorblind person, so you could technically practice that. True. But the thing is, colorblindness varies a lot from person to person. There's a lot of different types. So it's really, really difficult to really like nail it down. And the thing is, I also know like from seeing colors myself, I know like kind of where the colors are placed, even if I wouldn't be able to necessarily see them. But it could be like a really interesting study at some point. It can make for a fun YouTube video if I want to do that in the future, actually. You know what? I'm actually going to write that down as an idea. No guarantee I'll actually do it. But I did mention I want to get into YouTube stuff at some point. Where is it? Where is it? I have like an entire list of just like ideas to potentially do at some point. Let's see. Colorblind challenge thing. Gradient layers also help. Oh, true. You could absolutely use gradient maps too. That'd be interesting as well. And yeah, sometimes blend modes absolutely can't help. It's definitely a good suggestion. I really do appreciate it. Like there's just so many ways to go about art that it's like there's just so many infinite possibilities. Struggling to find, but is there a grayscale shortcut? What I specifically do, here, let me see if I can show it. If I drag this over. So what I do is I make a new layer. I make it pure white, and then I set it to color mode. And then I just toggle it on or off. And you can see the values really easy. And this is usually how like most people recommend you do it, because if you toggle it to like a grayscale, sometimes it sometimes messes with it a little bit depending, but like it kind of gets the same idea across. But I just like doing it this way for specific reasons. I watched an entire video on it, so it's just what I suggest. Also, thank you for the lurk, frog. Thank you. I appreciate it. Usually either a gradient layer or just the color tone of a layer. I don't know how it's called in CSP, but 2 squares with the selectable color expressions. Color tone of a layer. I'm not sure what it would be in CSP. Yeah, you can change to a grayscale color mode as well. So like, for example, I could theoretically hit this button. Actually, wait, wrong layer. hit this button and go to gray. I could do this. I'm not sure how it actually compares to doing the color mode. You know what? Let's do a test. Let's duplicate this. And then let's try doing this. It might not actually be different. I might just be tweaking. Okay, yeah, it's like exactly the same thing. So you could do either or. I just like the layer. It makes it easy. Effect and expression mode. Effect and expression mode. I don't know where that would... Filter, effect... Yeah, I don't know what that would be here. Because I know there's definitely, like, different, layer modes in general. Just use it? Oh, okay, okay. I see, okay. We just call it different things then. See, that's the thing. One thing with me is I'm really stupid when it comes to specific terms. Okay, I'm really bad at remembering what things tend to be called. It's a personal me thing. I can usually remember like how things work, but I'm really bad at remembering like the specific words. It's a weird me thing. I also didn't have the right terms. Listen, as long as you can communicate in a way that works, that's all that matters. Who cares about the correct terms? Like, I go like, use this thingy, and then use this thingy, and then I'll point. Instead of going like, use this multiply layer on like 30% opacity. Like, I just go, do this. I'm a visual person, not a good word memory person. Oh. All right. Let's hop into the style analysis here. Okay, let's look at our reference material first. Okay. So we don't really have very strong line art. We do have like lines. We have a very sketchy vibe, but we don't have things very, very clearly outlined other than like the shape of the head mostly and the eyes and the mouth a bit. But the hair in general is very painterly, and same with the clothing. It has like a very vague line to it, but not too strong. It's also not completely black either. It's very, very desaturated, and I'd say, if I were to guess, mid-tone. Okay, not mid-tone, but like not super dark. It's like between mid and dark. They tend to work on like values that are not super, super dark in general. And then when we look at it in, oops, need to select color mode for that. Then when we look at it in grayscale, we can see they actually don't use a lot of really, really dark darks either. They go like max to like 11%. So they avoid using they really, really avoid using like pure black. And this actually has like a bit of a yellowish green tint to it, which makes sense because the main color is blue here. So it actually contrasts with the yellowish green. How saturated is this? It's relatively saturated, but they also use it very sparingly. And even this part that kind of looks really saturated isn't, just because it's against a very, very desaturated, kind of bluish color. So in comparison, that ends up looking a lot brighter. And then I think they also probably add a little bit of chromatic aberration if I were to zoom in. Yeah, they do add some chromatic aberration, which is why you see this greenish pinkish tones here. And it looks like it might be chromatic aberration from a radial point so that the sides get the chromatic aberration, but the center doesn't. Also, thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Will do. Werewolf in your showcase gallery? Listen, I may have a thing for werewolves, okay?
Okay, doing big stretch, doing big stretch. And I'm all out of Baja Blast, so I'll sip some fucking water. Let's go. First sip of water for the day. Hope arting's been fun. Been nice to be lurking and hear you yapping. Working on another short thing from one of your clips. Probably finish it up later. I can't wait to see Jizzle. Dude, I really, really fucking admire editing, dude. Editing is like so beyond my brain, bro. 3 hour streaming first sip of water, I've had a lot of Baja Blast. I've drank an entire fucking, big ass, cup of fucking Baja Blast. No, don't worry. I hydrate sufficiently. There's a reason I had to go take a piss break earlier. I am hydrated as fuck, dude. Ever heard of Von Lycon? Dude, I fucking love Lycon, dude. Ugh. I haven't played much since the game like first came out, but I love Lycon. I just don't like gacha games usually. I really don't. I don't like doing dailies, but I love Lycon, bro. Ugh. Butler, Dog, Wolfman, yes, please. Wish they would just sell Blaha Blast mix patches at stores. Dude, I wish. That shit's so good. I actually don't usually drink soda very much, to be honest. I mostly drink water or like gamer sups. But every now and then I treat myself to Baja Blast, especially when I'm traveling and in the States, because normally I'm in Canada. Usually I'm in Newfoundland. And we don't have Baja Blast there. So when I'm here, I have a little as a treat. What endless player can afford an Aston Martin? I don't know what that is. Worst type of player for gacha games? A husbando collector? Dude, I fucking feel it, bro. I like my husbandos and I like my waifus. I like them both, baby. Boyfriend dropped in 1.7. Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. In my funny brain, I can have them all to myself, or I can have him and his boyfriend. You know. Already dropped all their money on Pulse. Oh, still looking around, eating Olive Garden. Oh hell yeah! I don't think I've ever actually had Olive Garden, to be honest. Aston Martin is a sports car from Britain. Oh, I know jack shit about cars. I'm car stupid. I have my license, but I don't drive. I'm a little bit clumsy, and driving makes me very anxious. All right. Back to the critique. Okay. So we went over all of this. Oh, actually, wait. Hold up. I think I remember them submitting an updated picture. Yes. Okay. One sec. Okay, let me update this image because I'm actually using the wrong one. Here we go. There we go. Okay, we good now. I would felt so bad if I critiqued the wrong one. Shu Yuan, my wife. Dude, I probably mispronounced that, but yes, dude. Dude, I know like most of the ZZ characters. But well, I know some of them, not all of them, but I know like a good chunk of them. But yes, honestly, ZZ characters go so hard, dude. All right. Let me. Okay. So if we go into grayscale, once again, we don't actually have super darks here. So I think this might actually be, I might actually recommend not going as dark for it, potentially, depending. But in general, I do really like very, very dark values. Just as a personal bias. Also, hello, Vinosa Kagari. Hello, welcome. Drawings are pretty and I like the eyes, right? Dude, the style is so pretty. Okay. So let's see, style-wise. I think the first thing that comes to mind is that the contrast of the hair is, it's there, but I feel like we could make it contrast a little more. I think I'd probably want to mimic the highlight we have here and maybe make it go, extend a bit. And in terms of brush strokes, they tend to use like, I think they use like a good bit of opacity, but they tend to also use some like more solid lines as well. They have a very, very, very painterly style is the thing.
painterly style with not super soft edges. So I'm gonna maybe do a little bit of this. And I might actually add, this might be a little bit crunchy, just because, you know, I am working on a solid piece with no layers. But I might actually add a little bit of a brighter color to the background. I'm gonna shift it a little towards, I think we're gonna shift a little bit, yeah, we're gonna shift a little bit towards the greenish kind of color. We're gonna add just a little bit of a gradient to make it a little more visually interesting. And I'm gonna remove the parts that I didn't mean to color over. Because I only wanted to affect the background ideally. So we're gonna make it a little bit brighter so that this part stands out even more. So going from grayscale, we can see the difference just by adding a little bit of a gradient. It makes it pop a lot more. I might actually increase this color as well to something like even brighter, because this goes really, really bright. And it makes the contrast very, very high. And then let's see. Might include it over here as well. Not too much, just like a little accent maybe. And I'm gonna assume the light would be coming from the background as well. So we're not gonna do super bright highlights over here. Okay. Let's see. In terms of strokes, I think you probably want to try having some more free lines. So things that end up like breaking the silhouette a bit will make it feel a lot more like wispy and kind of alive. So if we just add like a little bit of this. Just to break up the silhouette and add a little bit of visual interest, then immediately it's like a lot more. I'm actually gonna make it not too curly, actually. I'm gonna try that again. Like maybe, It have like a little bit of a curl, but I don't want too much because it doesn't feel like they have very curly hair. I'm just used to drawing my character mostly. So I tend to end up leaning towards lots of little tiny curls. So we do this. I think I might actually add a little bit more shadow here as well. Just a tiny touch of it to add a little more contrast since the light would be coming on this direction. Waiting to see when he'll be playable? Eventually. Also, good night, Biome. Thank you again for everything. I always love correcting your homework. Sorry I missed it last time. I'm glad I got it in this time, though. Infinitely more sense than expecting their players to buy a car with Victoria housekeeping on it. Oh, gosh. Aston Martin will have a wrap job with Lycon and Rena, and also the promotional artwork was really hard for collab. Dude, I want that car. That'd be so cool. Display car will be at Gamescom. Won't be available for purchase. No. Not that I could afford it anyway, but man, I'd want to see it like riding around. All right. Okay. So I think, I think with the eye, honestly, I might recommend. I know they don't go very saturated in their style, except for like the hair here. But I think for the eye, I'd actually recommend increasing the saturation here because it will make it stand out a lot more. Because I feel like it makes like a really, really good focal point. Or maybe even increase it beyond that as well. Let's play around a bit. Because saturation is a really, really good way, especially on a mostly desaturated style, to just bring attention to certain points of your artwork that you want people to look at a little more. I do love the overall shading here, though. The shading is like very, very solid. Okay. And one thing that's good is we don't actually have a whole lot of line work included here for the most part, other than like on the body, which is something I pointed out in the beginning as part of the style. I'm probably gonna include a couple extra highlights here and there. Not too many. We don't want to go like too overboard. And then let's see. I might suggest a little bit of a color shift for the shading, maybe for the darker parts, potentially. Because right now we have green on green, basically. There's very little hue shift. If I show you guys over here, I'll show you what I mean. So right now, if we shift between the like mid-tone and the dark, like right here, it moves a little bit, kind of twitches a bit, but it doesn't go like very, very far. But if we go like here, kind of like twitches like a little bit further, so I'd maybe push it just a little bit. So I'd end up bringing the, well, actually I should probably leave the colors up for that. So I'd probably end up pushing it a little more. Trying to think. I'd probably push it a little more this way. Just a touch. Right? And then I might... Their shadows tend to be a bit desaturated, so I'd probably bring that down and maybe bring this down. That might be a bit too dark for the style, but it might still work. So we mostly just want really, really good contrast to bring elements that we want in focus out. And then let's see. But the thing is, they don't even have like a super high contrast style is the thing. These tend to be very, very soft. So, maybe I'd soften this up a little bit as well. Might have went a little bit too dark. Okay, that might be more in line with their style. Very, very soft shadow. Not as harsh. Also, I think adding, once again, just more free strands around will probably make it feel a lot more wispy and alive. Because you can see that they tend to put a lot of lines just like everywhere. You don't want to do it too much because then it kind of ends up like kind of looking like string. You want to do it like a little bit. And have some things going like the wrong way. You can also use hair to like frame parts of the face as well. I'm gonna do a bit more over here as well, just to break up the silhouette. And then let's compare changes that we've made so far. It's like just with adjusting the hair and the eye colors, we get a lot more of that pop. Oh, and the background especially. Auntie Blair says, say so, definitely not flinging Bad Dragon off the screen.
We don't want to scare people away with mentions of the bad dragon. Who's pulling up to steal the Carla zone with me? Me, man. I'll take it. Speculation at least. Wouldn't be surprised if there's no Aston Martin in the pop-up shop. You never know. Someone might buy it. Am I allowed to drop the YouTube video of the collab? Which collab? Also, why not use a more vibrant shade of green instead of using darker shadows? Not too sure what you mean, but also thank you for the raid, Pixie. Thank you, thank you. You were doing art. Would you like to pay art tax? Because I'd like to see art tax if you're willing to pay. I like seeing some goodies. But yeah, the reason I went with that shade of shadow is just based on the color choices in this example. So they go from like a saturated blue to like a desaturated blue with a very slight hue difference. Because, like, personally, I like doing very vibrant shadows. That's like a personal style choice I like. But when analyzing this style, it's not what they tend to do. What else? What else? Oh, one thing I do notice is they do a little bit of reflected light onto the face. So we can see little bits of kind of a bluish hue from the hair here on the skin. So I'd say you might even want to end up doing something kind of like that over here. So let me see if I can select this a little bit. Might be a little bit crunchy, but that's okay. I'm just gonna add like little bit of green in here, I think. I'm gonna try it anyway. It's very, very subtle change, but definitely like changes the vibe up a lot. Especially when we go to grayscale. Color of blue they use has a lot of saturation compared to the other areas. Helps with the color pop. Exactly. It really, really helps the color pop. It's like, honestly, you could also increase the saturation of this green as well if you wanted to. Let's see. I don't usually use saturation layers. I'm gonna try using that for once and see how that goes and how that works. Give me a minute. Okay. Actually, yeah, that probably... Increasing the saturation there a bit might actually be a little nice. Doesn't do much for grayscale, though. Enjoying Mario Kart OST? I'm glad! Mario Kart OST is so good, man. You can go the hue route into a turquoise as well, just for specific areas. Yeah, very, very true. There's just, like, so many ways to go about art, man. It's so hard. Might bring that little bit of dark back for here as well. Just to increase the contrast in these specific parts for the ear. Da, 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 da. I think that's the main stuff I can probably say for this style. So mainly break up the form and pay attention to the contrast between the background and the subject. Happy the Blair, the bear, the Blair be good.
That's openness of art is part of why it's so overwhelming to me. It can be very overwhelming, but honestly, just have fun. Just vibe. Don't worry about it too much. If you're thinking too much, I think you're doing art a little wrong. Like, okay, technically you can't do it wrong. You know, if you enjoy thinking about it a little too much, then, that's on you. That's your choice. I think it's most fun when you just vibe. You can absolutely think about it more if you want to, like, start taking it super, super seriously and, like, really, like, dedicate your life to it. But overall, I think it's more fun just to vibe. So let me merge this to a new layer and copy and paste it and send it over. Okay. There we go, there we go. Then give that one a star. Then I think we have 2 more left if I remember correctly. Assuming no one snuck any new ones in. Let's see. Okay, yep, I see 2 more. This one's gonna be a fun one. Okay. Let me whip up a new canvas. Okay, and then let me grab the reference material. And I love this first reference material so much, but that's because I'm a sucker for black, white, and red. And I'm also a sucker for more, like, sketchy styles as well. Okay, let's size this up a little as well. Let's size this one up a little too. Uh-oh, why uh-oh? Nothing to uh-oh, fair weather. It looks so good. It's so cute. Yeah, we did go over yours, Sabasa. I'm sorry that you missed it. But it's okay. You can always go back on the VOD and check it out. Okay. Let us hop in. Warning, this one's kind of rushed near the end since my motivation was dwindling. That's okay. No worries. I'll still just critique it as much as I can. Okay, so first things first, going into the style, we have very, very sketchy line work. We even have like some remaining lines from what it seems like the original sketch. So we do not have very clean work overall. There's a lot of sometimes lines that go over that are sketchier. And same with this one. This one feels a little bit more tidied up, but we still get that sketchy feeling overall. And we have a lot of lines to imply shading as well, even if we don't have colors implying shading. Like this is all the same color, but we use the line work to actually define the shadows more than anything. Okay. We also have a little bit of an outline on the skin sometimes, it seems. So we do a little tiny bit of shadow work, but it's very specific in where it's placed. And on this one, I don't think they do it at all. Except maybe a little bit of colors on the ears. Okay. So the first thing that does come to mind is we don't have any of that like really nice sketchy shading style, right? So let me see what kind of brushes used. Seems to be something with a little bit of opacity, kind of like a more pencil type brush. Also, this actually isn't the line work. That's actually colored in, which I didn't realize. It does have an outline. At least some of it does. Not sure if it's pure black. Let's see. It is not pure black. It has a little touch of color to it. Scatterlight outline? Scatterlight outline. Do you just mean like the outline in general for this one? Or you mean like the contrasts on these bits here? So we do have both. But depends on which one we're going for. Love the pencil sketch art style. Me too. Fine with any kind of critique. Will do, will do. Okay. So I'll mostly focus on the style predominantly, but I can give you a little bit of other tips as well at the end. Punches at the end of the silhouette to suggest light. Yeah. Okay. Let us hop in. So the first thing is that the brush that you are using for your lines, I feel is not ideal for this. It feels like more of a marker brush, which I do love working with. But stylistic-wise, you're gonna want something that's a little crunchier. So, not like that. Not like that. I don't have that many crunchy brushes myself, so forgive me if I take a second to experiment and get something close. Might have something close lying around. No. This one's kind of close, I think. We can tell there's like it's not super solid. There is like a little bit of opacity that we can kind of see, especially on the erased lines. So definitely something that's more kind of pencil-esque would be ideal for this, I think. So I'd say to keep your lines a lot looser because right now it's really, really clean. So I'd actually mess this up a little, which kind of sounds a little backwards at first. But if we just do some like really rough line work, you can see immediately we start getting that like much, much sketchier style. And then we do have a little bit of the shading here in the armpit. But I don't think they actually do the shading in, they don't really seem to do it colored, I don't think. They might do it in some places. They do it right here, where the shadows are really warm. Well, I guess they do a little bit of color. But mostly they seem to do it on a little bit of a lower opacity. So I think we're gonna kind of like block things in a little bit and add a little like sketchy here. And add some depth using these shadows. I'm actually gonna erase some of that because I want to keep some of the shape here. And again, this isn't going to be perfect. This is a very scuffed brush and the closest I have at the moment. So forgive me for not being super exact with it. Hatching. There we go. That's the word I couldn't remember for a hot second. Did those quick because I almost forgot. No worries, no worries. Still just giving the critique based on what I see. CSP's mechanical pencil brush. I think it's a CSP brush, but it's pretty good. I tried that one initially, but it didn't give quite the right feel. Such a possible technique the inspiration artist might have used. Yeah, you can always give suggestions. I may not agree with them, just, heads up. But I'm always down for suggestions. I'm always down to hear. And they also seem to have a good bit of variation in their line thickness, which you do a little bit here to imply depth. Like the lines here are thicker because it's closer to the viewer. But you want to make sure you implement that in some other areas as well, especially where there's like shadows. So they don't do it too much, but they do it at least a little bit for the really, really shadowed areas. Have so much trouble being loose with my art. It's hard to loosen up, but it's fun. It's fun. It's really, really, really hard, but it's very worth learning. Might be a bit of a color map or some kind of adjustment layer, if not a bromine style brush. I don't know what bromine is. CSP Asset has many bromine style brushes. Yeah, CSP Asset Store is fucking goated. I'm not sure if it's actually color map. It could be, but it doesn't look like it to me. It feels a little too intentional, but they could just be really good at that style, to be honest. It could be a color map, honestly, the more I look at it. Hmm. Yeah, it could be, honestly. In which case, we'd have no idea what colors they started out with. So I can only really analyze the end result. Want to participate in this next time? Looks so fun. Yeah, please do. I love when people participate. It makes me so happy. Hatching seems to be the key to this style. Absolutely. It is absolutely in the hatching and the sketchy and looseness. Also, thank you for the follow, Ray Ray Live. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky or Patreon, I have all of those. If you don't care about either of those, it's also A-okay. Bromine's a heavy gas element, where it pools is black and where it's diffused is an orange, leading to the aspect of dark lines surrounded by lighter values and gradient borders. So oh, okay, okay. So it kind of gives like almost a subsurface scattering kind of effect, give or take. It's probably what I can whatchamacallit, compare it to based on the description. Do you take traditional too? Yeah, I'll absolutely critique traditional. Just keep in mind that I am mainly a digital artist, but I can critique traditional as well. And also, what we're doing currently right now is specifically the art homework assignments I give out. So every 2 weeks, I assign a homework, and people do it and people submit it. This week is trying to imitate styles of other artists and like learning how to analyze their styles and apply that to your own. But I do regular critique as well. If I have enough time, I tend to do it after the homework. But if I don't have enough time, then I end up doing it at the beginning of the next stream. So I probably won't have time for additional critique this stream, but I can probably do it at the beginning of next stream specifically. Search bromine brush on Google and first results show what I mean. Let me see, let me see. I'm curious about this bromine. Bromine brush. Oh, that kind of aesthetic. Okay, okay, okay. I see, I see, I see. Yeah, it definitely gives very gradient map vibes. I actually didn't know there was a very specific brush for that actually. Okay, okay. See, I would have assumed someone got that look from a from gradient map instead, but I get you, I get you, I get you. Thank you for adding that word to my vocabulary. I appreciate it. I always love learning new artsy terms that I didn't know before. Not specific, but a tight name? Yeah, 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 yeah. I appreciate it. I fucking love learning shit, bro. Oh, also another thing I wanted to check with this is I did want to check the values. Okay, in general, our values are actually pretty good. I figured as much because it is like very, very readable. Like, I guess you could, if you really wanted to, go like a little bit darker potentially. So like maybe, let me give this a go. Like maybe a touch darker on the darks. Maybe a little bit brighter on the brights. Just to make it like really pop if you wanted to. Would be like a pretty minor adjustment. I also think that would up the saturation a bit, so I might actually bring down the saturation because this isn't a super saturated art style. There's not a lot of bright colors. So I'd maybe do this, and then let's see, saturation. Bump that down a little. If we want to really give it that kind of like soft vibe. But the thing is, this one does use a good chunk of saturation, so it really depends like which style you're like more mimicking. Because they're both by the same artist, but they definitely have like different feelings. Value's definitely one of the things I focus more on. Good. Like I said, your value was like pretty fucking solid. Like I'd maybe just push it like just a teensy bit more, just a smidge. But you did really fucking good on it. Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether I'd go desaturated or not. Let me also try a thing here. Yeah, I think that would be too dark if I were to go with that. Also, which layer did I even put my sketches on? Oops. Don't want that on the same layer. There we go. With such instead of higher saturation, I would suggest instead higher saturation contrast. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Like, this one doesn't have much saturation, but I feel like it was going for the high saturation style a little more. Are you a camera? Because every time I look at you, I smile. Hey, yo, smooth as fuck, Yuki. All right. Let's get back into this. Okay, so main thing is the looseness and sketchiness, as we mentioned before. And then let's see. They also do a little bit of extra texture in the hair as well, which I think you have a little bit of, but I'd go like even further with it and just add little like more bits. And they use a lot of very straight and sharper lines as well compared to your softer lines, but they do use softer in this one. So again, it's really really hard because both styles are a little bit different while also being like very similar at the same time. But I'd say the main thing is the cross hatching and the looseness and the line weight. That feels like the most I feel like that's like the biggest thing that really would help it feel more like the other style. So it's really just adding just a little bit of extra detail here and there. And I think anatomy-wise, this feels a little off, so I'm just gonna touch this up just a slight bit. Shoulders and armpits are fucking hard, honestly. I'm gonna make this... I think I'm gonna make it a little thicker. Just a little bit. Just because it's reaching out more. I don't know. Foreshadowing's a fucking bitch, bro. I struggle with it a lot in my own art as well. But the main thing to keep in mind is, like, the shoulder's gonna be, like, reaching up, so you're not usually gonna have your shoulder going down and, upwards. The shoulder is, like the shoulder and the arm kinda, like, do the same thing. So if arm raises up, then shoulder raises up. But I also kinda like the relaxed vibe here as well. And again, I fucking love the perspective as well. I really, really, really like how this came out. Okay. And I might push this in a little bit as well, just for some anatomy fixes, because you said that you were open to that. But again, of course, anything I quote, fix or give suggestions on is, purely my tastes and my opinions. Finished artwork, let's go! Instead of just color values, more true black, white instead of monocolor. More true black and white, more true black and white. Thing is, they don't use true black in either of these. They do use a very dark value, but this is more of a red. Very, very saturated dark red. And even this isn't pure white. This is more of a yellow tone as well. So they do have like a little bit of hue variation here. So I guess if you were going with purple, I'd probably maybe lean into I might lean into like blues for the light bits. Blues are like pinks. Maybe pinks. If like you really, really wanted to. Because if we went with pink, it would be well, it's already like red. Color's hard, man. Again, color theory is like probably my weakest point. It's still something I'm studying a lot myself and trying to get better at. So sometimes I struggle to give pointers in that area specifically. But I try. Which is all I can do. Which I think is better than no advice at all. But again, as always, keep in mind that my tips are like, my own opinions and experiences, and there's definitely people better than me out there, and yada yada. But yeah, overall vibe, we want the sketchiness. We want the looseness. We want some of the loose lines, and we want some of the extra sketchy bits that aren't like super clean. It's okay to go over the lines a little. Also, a tiny detail I would personally recommend. This is not mandatory. This is just a tiny thing I like. I like when hair or like any other object kind of overlaps something else. So if we just like make the hair here overlap the arm just a little bit, it can give us like a little bit more sense of depth. Just like a touch. So it's like, oh, the hair is like actually interacting with the environment. And again, that's not like a mandatory thing. That's a thing that I like. That is a purely me biased thing. Because you can kind of see it here too, right? Like we have the hair like flipping here and we have the hair going behind and the shoulder in front of the face. And I find a lot of artists tend to be very hesitant to overlap things and like hide parts of the art. It's very tempting to want to have everything in view all the time, but having things like overlap can really give a lot of visual interest. I can see probably overlay your screen layer on top. Point was there were not many saturated main colors reflecting an analog black and white image. If you put inspiration in grayscale, you'll see it's black and white. Sorry, sometimes my brain takes a hot second to load on stuff. Okay, I think I do get what you mean. Just very, very dark darks, very light lights. Just good contrast. No, I'm gonna try something. This might not work out great, but we're gonna try it anyway. Because art is about experimentation. We fuck around and we find out sometimes. I'm gonna actually... Let's maybe mix... Let's mess with contrast a little. It's hard to increase contrast without the saturation going up. Yeah, not too sure what I would do there. Can I share artwork in our chat? Absolutely! You don't have to ask. You can just share things. Please always share things. Feel like hair interactions just kind of bad at it? Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. That's why I really like doing overpainting in my art, because I don't have to think about it in the sketch stage. I can just do it after. I think people are afraid to just have stuff hidden now with AI, because if the hair doesn't complete to a T, then it's AI. I don't think that's true. Personally. I don't think there's any reason to really be afraid of your stuff looking like AI. Like, obviously some artists get accused of it, but unless your style is like a very, very specific style, then you generally don't have to worry. And also, if you're that worried, just record like time lapses, you're fine. You can technically AI time lapse, but like, eh. Because of high contrast, use scatter light on the art to indicate light at the edges helps a ton. Scatter light. I assume by like scatter light you mean something like, for example, this. Because like normally I would suggest something like that, but like it's difficult because we have two styles here, and I'm not sure which one is the predominant one that was being like that was went for. Because this one is like super, super minimal. We only have like, if we simplify it down, we only really have like 3 colors. We have this, we have quote white, even if it's not true white, and quote black. So it really depends if we're going for this or this, you know? Because this one doesn't have the rim light and more utilizes the dark values, while this one, on the other hand, has a lot more value to it. Even if it's not that much, honestly, but it does have like a little bit more variation. Yeah, rim light down, it does help, it does help. Okay, let's see. Probably add some like dark here, and you know, again, keep it very, very sketchy, just because of the nature of this style. Probably just try to fill it in, because I've spent a hot minute yapping on this one. Just because I really fucking love high contrast styles, and I love sketchy styles as well. I'd also probably add some details into the pants, unless they're meant to be, you know, really, really tight, whatchamacallit, like leggings. But even then, if they were leggings, you'd probably have some more like creases, especially around like the crotch area. And more around like the knees as well. Or not too many around the knees, especially if they're like skin tight. So it really depends like what kind of fabric these are meant to be. But I know you said you were kind of like rushing at the end, so, you know, it's hard to get the details in when you're going new. Then I also said I would do some like generalized critique, so let's see. Generalized, I think the face is like mostly good. I think there's a little bit of proportion stuff that can be potentially touched up. Which, let's see. This might distort some of like the hair and stuff. Just need to get this the right size. Okay, my liquify brush does not like me right now. Oh god. Oh well, I'll just sketch over it. I think overall it's, like, pretty good, but I'd probably change the size of some of the facial features just a little bit and adjust their placements just a touch. I'd maybe have the eye going a little bit more to the side potentially. Just to look a little more like, at the viewer, because this eye is, like, very, very far over. Maybe have it go up a bit as well, depending. I'd also add in just a touch of white here, probably, if we're mimicking, this style down here. Which they also do an under eyeline on their style, so I'd like, you can either include it or not include it depending on, like, your character. Sometimes you might not want to. The nose feels a touch low, I'd probably bring it up a little bit. And then I might adjust the cheek and the chin and bring that back slightly, but, you know, that's according to, like, how I tend to do anatomy. Everyone does things a little bit, differently. So just a slight touch up there. And then I do like the perspective that you have on the feet. Feet are fucking hard, dude. Feet are so difficult. Can you show before and after? Of course. Let me let me select all my adjustments. Point was rim light brightness brightens the mood a ton for high contrast, black and white with monocolor art. Yes! Rim light is really, really, really helpful. Supposed to be like leggings? Okay, gotcha. Usually add a seam? Yes, a seam would help too. I didn't include a seam. But if I was actually using my brain, I would have done that as well. It can also help with the sketchy vibes as well. And it also adds like a little bit of depth and like showing direction as well. And you know, a little bit more like detail on the fluff maybe as well if you wanted. Because it is just a sketchier style. You know, lots more little bits of shading if I were to keep adding onto it. So it's really just detail at this point. Detail and sketchy lines. And you can either do this after or you can do it like in the before stage, like before you color. Because you can always, I think a really valuable thing to learn with art is learn how to do overpainting, right? So like overpainting is what I'm doing to correct your stuff. Because I don't have any of, you know, your original layers or anything. So I kind of have to just go on top and, you know, do some like crunchiness and cope. But I think it's really, really valuable to learn how to paint on top of your work to really do some extra final little details. Or things that you might have forgotten in the line art stage that you wouldn't want to like go back to the line art to fix. So you can always add like just extra stuff on top after. You're never as locked into your line art as you think you are. And just loosen up. Just vibe, have fun. Try adding lines and places. And I think for this style especially, it might be valuable to practice a little more on pen and paper, honestly. Because then you'll learn to really get your values down with just black and white. And then you can add your color in after. 'Cause it's a very, very sketch-based style, this one is. And then we can even maybe add some like rim light if we really wanted to. You just wanted like some extra detail. My suggestion is leaning in the high contrast black and white with coloring. Everything else is great. Yeah, I agree. So with just a little bit of touch-ups, we can completely change the vibe here. I can draw feet. You can! Feet are so fucking hard, dude. Okay. I'll move on to the next one because we're already on overtime. I think we only have one left though. We're not too bad. We might end up leaning into like 4:30, 4:40 for stream time. That's okay. Let me copy this and send it on over. Thank you for critique. Of course. I'm happy I can help. And of course, if you ever want critique on anything else, feel free to put it in the, critique channel. And I will do more like anatomy based and more like overall based rather than comparatively to a style. Because I love doing regular critique too. Okay. Last one up is Ragdolls, which this one is sick as fuck. Okay. Have to submit stuff for critique? Please do! I'd really appreciate it. I love doing it. Can I share a thought about the art that's bothering? Of course. Feel free. I'm curious to hear what you'd say about it. I'll prepare the next one in the meantime. And also, of course, like, when it comes to critique, there's always, like, more things I could go off about. But, I like giving everyone I try to give people a relatively fair, equal time on the critique, and I can't always get into all the details all the time. I can touch on most of it, but, Let me just look over this real quick while I wait to hear back from Zavasa. The style is really fun, dude. Oh, and I like that they included multiple references as well. It's always so helpful to have multiple stuff. And they even had a pose reference. That makes me so happy. Shoulder muscles connected to the chest. I think it's the reason making it look flat a little. Let's see. Shoulder muscles connected to chest. Do you mean on the original or on my edit? Because I agree, I probably could have did it a little bit better. Both? Fair. So shoulder muscles connected to chest. Because, like, the thing is, it really depends on, like, how much detail you want to put into it. Because sometimes you don't necessarily want all the detail. Because if we were to think about the shoulders, especially, we could draw, like, okay. I'm gonna exaggerate some stuff real quick, okay? So if a girl is really, really muscular, right? We're gonna really, really exaggerate it. I'm not great at super, super muscular designs in general. But, if they were super muscular and we define the muscles here, you would have this, like, little stretch here where it's, like, reaching up. And I guess if you're doing that as well, raising the arm would also raise the upper chest a bit, which would raise the breast up a little bit as well. Just slightly. So it is definitely a valid critique, and I definitely could have touched up a little bit better myself. But it really depends on, like, how muscular you wanna go and how much detail you wanna go. Because you can absolutely do, like, very, very minimal details, or you can really, like, lean into it. But I will say I could have done a little bit better on the anatomy adjustment. I will agree to that. Forgot about that? Yeah. It's like, it's so hard, right? Because, like, you can absolutely you can have a style that's, like, you can absolutely have a style that is literally just like this, right? This is, like, oversimplified to fucking back, but you can have, like, you don't necessarily need to include everything all the time, right? And sometimes it's even better that you don't include all the details, which is the hard thing about art. Because, like I said, there's never a right way or a wrong way to do anything. Which I fucking love and I fucking hate. Because it's not like math where it's like, you know, you either got the answer right or you got the answer wrong. There's so much just artistic interpretation, and some people may like more detailed and some people may like more like simple. Right? It's just how much you want to like exaggerate things. And the hardest thing about art styles in general is like learning where you want to simplify and where you want to add detail. I think is like the really, really difficult part of it. God, I fucking love the perspective you did here, though. Doing perspective from, like, top down is so difficult, man. It is such a tricky perspective to get right. Those styles are great for animation since it's super simple and much easier to animate. Exactly. 100%. And the thing is, it can work for illustration as well. There are absolutely amazing, super simple styles that just make really beautiful illustrations. But especially with animation, a lot of the time you want to keep it very simple. You want to avoid overcomplicating it because the more details you make on slide 1, the more detail you have to make on slide 2 and slide 3 and slide 4 and slide 5 and slide like 600. Ah. So it really depends on how simple you really want to go. Can you also send updated? Yeah. I'll send this one too. So like, it really depends if you want to go. It's just. I'll show another quick example as well while I'm rambling. Hold on. Let me send this first. Because like I emphasize it with a very, 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 very super simple style. But you can also like do semi-simple without being like too simple, right? Like we just draw. Oh gosh. This is gonna be very rough, so forgive me. But you know, if we're doing like a sketchy style, someone just like sitting down. This is not gonna be perfect, so don't judge me too hard. Right? Like we can draw someone like this, right? I'm not gonna draw the face because I'm too fucking lazy. But you know, we can have the arm be like relatively simple. But we could also do it like something like and also just like include all the little details if we really, really wanted to. Even if it's like relatively pretty much the same, but just like with added more stuff. It's just so style dependent. And, like, even if, I'm just gonna pretend it's, like, a simple fucking dress like this. And, like, even with this, we could, like, include, like, extra lines in the sketches and, extra creases. And it's like, both are totally valid, right? There's just really no right or wrong, it is just a whatever makes you happy. Let me allow that. Also, thank you, Ifuzala. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great day today. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it so much. It's been 3 months, dude. Yippee. Good morning, gang. Doc hath awoken. Good morning, Doc. What's up, what's up? It's thumbnailing trust. True. Will not proceed to Josh's perfect sketch. No. Don't have much animation experience. I've fallen into over detailing trap with it. It's hard. It's hard, dude. Animation is a bitch. I also struggle to find a really good animation style that I really fuck with that's like simple and not too complex. I really, really like detailing up my sketches, so it's a big animation struggle for me personally. Anyway, let's move on to the last one of these. This one was made by... Let me grab it. This one is made by Ragdoll, and the other artist is Ciervo Bizarro. Okay. So first thing that comes to mind immediately is that this is unshaded. So without the shading, you're gonna have a really, really big struggle imitating the style. Let me see if they made any more comments. Oh, didn't have enough time to continue. That's okay, that's okay. Okay, so I guess rather than shading, we're gonna focus on everything other than the shading, okay? So obviously, immediately, the shading would help a lot. But we're gonna ignore that, okay? Gonna ignore that. Okay, when it comes to the actual style, the line work seems to be relatively solid. It looks like a general G pen. Doesn't really have any opacity. It's very thick and thin lines, but not like too thin. It's like a medium thickness with a decent amount of variety. So the first thing that does come to mind... Also, they seem to use a lot of, it's not complete black, but, it's... Well, okay, that bit's complete black. But they do use a little bit of color variation in their black parts. Okay. So, okay. Oh, also, one thing that I did notice is they didn't use pure black on their work either. Very good, very good. I like. Okay. So first things first, I would probably... I know I wasn't going to talk about shading, but we're going to just fill in these little bits here first. Just because their style in general does use a lot of really dark darks. I'm going to focus on mostly... Not necessarily shading, so not with the colors, but we're going to focus on shading a little bit with just mostly line width and just stuff that I would probably include kind of in... Either in the line work or like... adjusting the line work. Thought that's an eye patch? No, I don't think it's an eye patch. I think it's a shadow with a sparkling eye. Okay. And as I mentioned before, they seem to use like very thick lines. So I would try to increase the thickness, especially around the outside of some of your line work. Let me find a brush I want for this. Hold up. This one? Or this one? Probably this one. So we're gonna thicken this up a little bit. Because their line work is very, very heavy, especially on the outlined bits. It's a little less heavy on the details, but it does still have some pressure variety. We're gonna outline any bits that are, like, separated from the parts below. So, like, for example, the jacket over the t-shirt, the jacket's gonna have, like, a thicker line just to separate the elements. Mhm. And they tend to do rather than, the hatching here, they tend to do very they either leave it empty or they fill it in for the really, really dark areas like I did for the sleeve here. So we're actually going to remove the hatching here. And kind of keep that open instead. Mhm. We're gonna thicken up the t-shirt lines as well because it's the outside. Mhm. Just give me a moment while I go over this. I won't go over the entire thing, but I just want to get the main elements from here. Especially like the arm going over the body because you want that to stand out a little as well, and the sleeve going over the arm.
Let me look at chat real quick as well.
Oh, the expression, right? The expression's so cute. Scissor 7 has a simple animation style so good. I don't think I've watched it, but it is really good style-wise. Okay. And then let's see. With their folds, they do have a bit of line weight like variation. Tends to get a little bit thinner towards the end of the line. So we're gonna thicken these up right here and have them thin out a little more. At least in some of them. Also, we're gonna get rid of the hatching here as well because I didn't notice that at first. I also don't think that would be a very realistic fold there. It's really, really easy to accidentally add a little bit too many folds. It's something I definitely did when I was learning art. So it's really, really good to look up references of clothing to see how they fall and how many folds they really have. Because a lot of the folds from the shirt based on this position, without touching up any anatomy or anything, I'm gonna get rid of I'm gonna get rid of the folds, okay? At least on the main body, just to emphasize. So the main points where this shirt is going to be falling and where it's gonna be draping is on the shoulders, right? So it's gonna be falling down in kind of like these kinds of motions, because it's gonna be pulling from up here. So if you do include lines, you wanna make sure you include the lines, like, with intention, right? You don't necessarily want too many. Because shirts do tend to drape, like, a good bit, especially if they're, like, looser, but, subtle details will go a really, really long way, more so than, like, over-detailing. And also with the shirt, hanging down, you'd probably wanna make sure you, let's see. When it's hanging down, you wouldn't really get this, fold here unless, you were bending over. So I guess the main critique here is to pay attention to how folds are caused in fabric. 'Cause, shirts tend to be, like, pretty linear. You obviously can have fun and, like, stylize and stuff. That is absolutely A-okay. But I'm gonna assume this is a shorter shirt because I assume they wanna show off the tummy. So we're actually going to we'll make it drape down a little bit and then pop back up. And I'm also gonna avoid a tangential line with the elbow here, just to make sure it overlaps in a more pleasing way. So sometimes less is a lot more when it comes to clothing. I mentioned it a little bit earlier on stream, but a lot of the time I like to just outline the clothes and then add a couple wrinkles later. You really don't need a lot just to show that there's some form underneath and that it's like draping. And I tend to use lines very, very sparingly in my personal line work. And they tend to use it relatively sparingly in theirs as well. They have a little bit more on the jeans, but the jeans are gonna have a lot more folds because just because of the anatomy there. Tends to get very crinkly around the crotch area. Because you got a lot of stuff going on. Also, one thing I would suggest, it is great to use 3D models for reference. But when possible, it's also really good to get some real life references as well. Because especially with 3D references, if you're referencing clothing, it's gonna be a simulated physics rather than actual physics, right? So if the model's really good, you might get like some draping that's like relatively accurate, but in general, especially for fabrics, you really, really want to look at real life for it. Tremble before the dreaded pant? Really though, dude, I fucking hate drawing pants, man. Pants have so many funny little fucking folds. Okay, and let's see. I can't tell too much about how they do their faces because a lot of the detail is lost in the shadow, which I do dig. I really, really fucking dig that. You know, maybe I'd suggest this is a personal choice as well. It's also on the stylistic side over here. But I'd recommend adding a lot more black, but I know you didn't really get to the shading stage. So I don't want to be too harsh with my critique there. But they do use a lot of really just dark darks for things. Have fun remaining stream. Thank you, Shorta. Thank you. It was great having you around. I hope you have a great rest of your day, night, etc., whatever it is for you. Okay, and then let's add some thickness here around the outlines of the hair, because the inner outlines here, unless there's like a really big chunk that's being defined, they're relatively thinner in comparison. So we just want to thicken this up to make it stand out from the face a little more. I'm trying to resist the urge to go over like all of it. It's so hard. I always like touching things up a lot. And I'd say here I'd want to get the thickness going up a little bit further. Probably same for here. We're actually going to bring that out just a touch to make it just stand out a little and overlap better as well. We just want to add the thickness mostly to like the chunks. Probably same for this bit as well. Listen to the urge, they probably would design it, redesign. Yeah. Dude, I just love doing design stuff and I love touching things up and it makes my brain happy, dude. I'd also maybe thicken this part up as well. Also, one thing I do notice about their styles, they don't really do a line for the nose, or they don't really do a connected line for the nose, so I might actually get rid of that line. And keep just the 2 nostril look. Which can look a little bit off if you don't have the shading done, but that's okay. Mhm. And if you also want to include a lot of the shadow on this side, and make sure to extend it to other parts of the face as well. And maybe put that up a little bit as well. I do like the under eye bags, the lines there, which you can definitely keep stylistically if you want, though they don't really do it in this style. They don't really have that kind of sketchy feeling. I'd also maybe stylize that a little bit differently. But it comes down to personal choice there at that point.
Hydrate, thank you, and thank you for the head pats too.
Literally have this on my Spotify playlist. Let's go. They're good bops, man. You know, maybe I will keep the sparkle here. Cause like at the end of the day, that's just stylistic choice. There's like a million and one ways to do a little sparkle. I think those are the main tips I can probably offer with what we have here.
I will copy and paste this and send it over, and then we should be done.
I'll probably do the critiques next time. Actually, there's only one critique. Whatever. Well, we'll fucking toss it in today. YOLO. Let's fuck around, find out. Okay, let me post this and read it over. After I send the other art. Getting a little bit distracted. So let me close this. We don't need that. The copy and paste. Copy. Paste. Send. React with the star. Refresh to make sure I didn't miss any homeworks this week. I think we're good. Okay, let's do the critique then. This one coming up is just a pure critique. It's not a stylistic critique. Okay, so they said, struggle with the construction of the head, face, and hair placement. Shows the face seeming out of proportion. Feel like the pose is somewhat off balance. If you could provide some pointers on these points or anything else that catches your eye, I would be very grateful. Put the refs used in comments. Okay. All right. Let me grab a screenshot of the refs. They don't need to be super high quality. I just need them in general. Let me add enough space for them as well. Wrong button. Change canvas size. Loop. Okay, refs used. And let me just screenshot their text as well so that I can look over it again if I need to without swapping windows.
Also, thank you for the stretch of Philia. Thank you, just And I did hydrate. Learn a lot even if I did fall asleep midstream. That's okay. We love some comfy, snoozy vibes. Living dangerously today? Just a little bit. Risking it for the biscuits? Always. I do love some good biscuits, man. Especially from like fucking Popeyes. Their biscuits fucking slap, dude. Marin might not draw, but it's nice to listen to the passion put into the critique adjustments. I try really, really hard. I really, really like giving advice when I can. Obviously, you know, every artist would probably give you different advice based on, you know, their own personal taste and yada yada, and how good they are at like certain things and what stands out to them. But I try to give as good advice as I can. And I try to keep in mind the like current
I don't want to say skill level, but it's probably the best way to phrase it. I try to keep in mind where the person is in their like current art progress journey and try to give tips that are, you know, not too complicated. Yeah, I try not to overcomplicate it because I could go off and be like, use subsurface scattering, use all this fancy stuff. But if you're like a super big beginner, that's going to be really intimidating, right? It's baby steps, right? You got to improve little by little. So I try to focus on like the biggest things that I notice with their stuff. Advice is very useful and amazing. Thank you. Educational and make brain bigger. Yeah, we love education. Trying the sliders and it feels a bit easier selecting the color I want. Not gonna lie. Yeah, sliders are really, really helpful. This is why I really, really, really suggest them. Because like if your saturation is just a little bit off, it's just so much easier to get the exact right color you need. It's so much easier. It takes a bit of time to get used to, but it's so nice, man. It's so nice. Blair once said, learn to draw women, look at women. Yeah! If wanna draw women, look at women. If wanna draw booba, look at booba. If wanna draw booty, look at booty. It's that simple. You gotta look at what you wanna draw. How else you gonna learn how to do it? Alright. Let's get to this critique. Best advice 2025. Yeah, I think it's pretty solid advice, man. I don't know if you can get better than that. I'm usually not I'm usually a relatively humble person. But I think it's pretty solid fucking advice. Oh. Okay. Got our references. I'm very flattered they used my art as a reference, too. Okay. Head, face, hair. Head, face, hair, pose. I'm gonna underline those just to make it easier on my brain. Okay, there we go. Those are the main things we're gonna be looking at, and then anything else that catches my eye. Excuse me, how dare you look at my boobs, madam? I am practicing. I will look at all the titty I wish to look at. Assuming you are consenting. Small arm, I see. A little bit small. Me telling people references are really, really important than not using any? Dude, I know the feeling. Sometimes I work without references too. I love working with references, but sometimes you just want to have a chill day, and that's okay too. Not every art needs to be a study. Okay. Head, face, hair. Okay, pose is somewhat off balance, which I agree with. Okay. So I do agree that the pose is off balance. We have the pose leaning out very far. If we were to... Oh gosh, I need to extend the canvas again. Hold up. Just gonna extend it out just a little bit on all sides, just to give us some wiggle room. Definitely made booba bigger, definitely had a goal, yeah! We love some big booba though. Okay. So, as I was saying, it is a little bit off balance. This is not a solid rule. Also, thank you for the raid, Volukram. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day today. What were you doing? You were doing art? Can I have art tags? I would love it if you shared what you were working on. I love seeing the goodies. Blender tutorial? Oh shit. Can you send what you made? Or can you send like if you don't want to send like the tutorial, can you send like some other stuff you've made? Or like your Twitter link either? I'm down for anything, man. I just want to see the goods. I love 3D work, dude. I fucking love Blender, my beloved. And my links are always on, so you don't have to wait for like permissions or anything. You can just send anything whenever if you want to pay the art tax. No pressure. I just like seeing the goods. 3D artists are scary. 3D artists are so strong, dude. So fucking strong. Oh, and on our side, for the raiders, we were just doing some regular critique right now. This is the last one we're doing for the day. Because I figured might as well throw it in. And I was talking about how the pose here feels a little bit unbalanced. And a good general rule for kind of telling where the center of balance is usually it tends to be like kind of directly below the chin. It's not a solid rule. And it depends like on your pose and yada yada. But it's usually a good general rule. So if like we extended the feet down a bit, this might not be super proportional, but ignore that. You can tell that like it kind of feels a little top heavy over here. Donut? Oh, we do a donut tutorial. Let's go! Dude, I fucking love the donut tutorial. It's looking so good. Fuck yeah, man. Dude, I haven't done the donut tutorial in so long. Good old fucking classic, bro. I can't wait till you add on the sprinkles. When's the last time he even made the donut tutorial? I imagine he does it probably every year. I know he's like pretty solid with keeping it up. Taking a bite of that? Me too, dude. It'd be better with sprinkles though. I fucking love the taste of sprinkles. I love that little added crunch. I know it's basically just like sugar and stuff, but the crunch is so nice. Messed up twice and had to redo the glazing. That's okay. That's part of the learning process. It's hard, dude. 3D modeling is so much to pay attention to. It is so much. But thank you again for sharing, and thank you for the rate as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's hop back into that and get back to critiquing. So as I said, the pose does feel off-center. I do like the flow here. The flow in general is pretty good, but I would actually adjust the body because right now the body is kind of all facing one direction, right? Like the upper body is, but the lower body is actually like on a diagonal, which kind of makes it feel stiff, right? So instead we kind of want to turn it this way. So instead of that, we're gonna make it go well, it's hard to do with like change it without changing too much, but we're gonna make it go this way a bit. Also, my edits are gonna be like relatively rough because you know, I'm working with what I have. I think some of the proportions here are off as well. I feel like the crotch should be up maybe a little bit higher. Anatomy is hard. Proportions are hard. But the first thing that, again, does come to mind is that I would have the body twisted more this way instead of facing frontwards. Try to adjust the anatomy as much as I can with what I have. Oh gosh. Oh, it's hard. It's hard. Redoing it was easier, got the hang of the moving. Yeah, sometimes starting from scratch is a lot better than trying to fix something if you have it fucked up a little too much. Peter is different level of being cool. I agree. But if you rotate the actual PNG, you could, but it wouldn't fix the issue is the thing. Like you could rotate it, but it's still gonna feel the same. Cause like if I were to draw this pose, cause they did actually use my art for reference. If I were to draw this pose, personally, I would have the head at like a bit more of an upward angle. And I would have like a good line of motion going this way and then back in because we do want to keep like that center of balance. So I'd have the chest going at more of a angle here rather than frontwards. And then the tummy would be like in a little bit. And then it would match the 3/4 on the waist or the hips and legs. So let's see. Trying to think of the best way to adjust this myself. I do really dig this style, though. I love the black and white a lot. I love high contrast styles a lot. Okay, we're gonna sketch in the rib cage here just for emphasis. And then we have a little bit of squishy room here. And if we exaggerate it a bit, we'd actually like pull it. It's hard because my brain keeps wanting to align with the booba. So maybe. And I also try not to change too much is the thing when I do critiques, because I usually try to keep as much original elements as I can. Sorry if I be a little quiet while I lock the fuck in. So I'm gonna focus mostly on anatomy adjustments rather than keeping this too tidy. Because I think the main thing is mostly the proportion and the angle. So like with the upper body, we got the little bit of rotation in rather than having it look a little more frontwards. And then for the lower body, let me try cutting this and repositioning it a little. Let's see how that ends up working out. Or maybe moving the crotch up a bit, actually, potentially. Sometimes it's hard to know what to fix when it's not your own art. Okay, there we go. I think that instantly just makes it a little bit more accurate if we touch that up. So making the crotch not super low. Unless you really wanted low pants, but I don't think that was the intention. And then I do think, again, it does still feel a little unbalanced, so we might actually rotate this after all. Da-da-da-da. Should probably do that on a merged layer, actually. Okay. Even then, I think it still does feel a little bit off after my adjustments. But maybe fixing some other stuff might help it feel a bit better. Perspective does help a lot in poses like these. Yeah. Honestly, I would highly even recommend using a 3D model to help with posing like this. Like my art is very pretty. It is, dude. And Biome is really improving fast, dude. I agree. What if it's that the body isn't three-dimensional enough? Looks like paper? What do you mean? Let me see. Let me just move my adjustments to a new layer. Well, I think the thing is that there is an attempt at 3D. It takes a lot of practice to learn how to do form. Hello, Bird. Hi. You did make it. This is the last thing we're doing, so you're in right at the end. Make or buy dinner. Got an hour and a half before I go in. Ooh, make it to save money. Or if you're feeling lazy, buy it. Fireman pants are usually quite low, but I do agree anatomy looks better now. Yeah. I don't know if they're fireman style pants. I'm not too familiar with the intentional style of the fashion. So it does seem like it is like a mix of like high waist and low waist. But you could drop the crotch like a little bit if you wanted to. Mhm. Let's see. So that's the thing that comes first to mind. The arms definitely do need some adjustment. I can tell the kind of pose that you are going for, but the arm here would depending on like how much you raise it, you kind of want to like kind of simplify it to like cylinders and try to keep that in mind and like line them up. So like right here, it kind of goes, it ends up going in like a little bit of a triangle type shape. So you kind of want to make sure the end is like you want to make sure it has a little bit of width to it. So I'm going to reposition this a little bit. Or redraw it in just because it's a little bit quicker than repositioning. Also, once again, I highly, highly, highly recommend either using like 3D models for very specific poses or finding a very good actual person image. Because you can absolutely reference from other artists, but it'll always, always be better to reference from real life whenever possible. And secondary to that would be like pictures. And like third to that would be like 3D models. And 3D models can be super, super helpful. I'm gonna make sure, since the arm is being raised up a little, our shoulder is actually gonna be a little bit higher. You can't really raise your arm too much without also raising the shoulder that is attached. And then, of course, hands are just a bitch in general. You did pretty decently with the hand, though I think some of the anatomy is also off. Generally, if you have a finger stuck up, it's gonna be a lot longer than the fingers that are down. And this is another great place where either IRL photos come in handy or using a 3D model instead. Because then you can like really, really get the angle right. And you can also, it helps a lot with proportions as well. Because when you reference like a drawn image, that person has already stylized the anatomy that they're imagining. So it might not be super accurate. And then you're referencing something that's already exaggerated. So you really, really want to learn how things look before they get that exaggeration. And then, like, when you do know how it looks before it's exaggerated, you can learn how to exaggerate it yourself. Pants don't seem rotated up. I know, but it's not. There's only so much I can do. Okay. It's not my artwork, so I can only really give generalized advice, and I can't usually go into too much detail, otherwise it's gonna take me, like, a million years to, fix up everything, you know? I can only give a little bit of tips, when I can. It would be a different story if someone was, paying me, you know? But I can't spend, 3 hours on every little critique. If anything, this is even longer than, I probably should be spending. Woke up half an hour ago? Hey, good morning! Muscle women, we do love a good muscle woman. Not be able to make it today, don't have ingredients, but can always make it on the off week. Oh, fair, fair, fair. Want something to try and make? I'm good, I'm good. I'll be making stuff later. Oh wait, oh, you weren't talking to me, I see. I see. My bad, my bad. Squish the boob for art advice, but also otherwise, yeah, very fair. We do love a good boob squish. But you know, that depends on the level of degeneracy we want to go for, right? Which I guess in their art they the straps were a lot lower. So we could absolutely get some boob squish in there. And also one thing to keep in mind when it does come to my critiques as well is that in a normal critique, someone doesn't even go over your art. Normally they just tell you like, yeah, fix this, fix that. And then usually that's the end of it. So I'm doing a lot more than you would normally get from a critique. So apologies if I can't fix up everything. All you gotta do is everything at once, no sweat. Yeah, totally everything all the time. I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna leave that white instead of black just for clarity's sake. Since it's just mostly anatomy fixes. Mhm. So let me fix this other arm and then we'll probably call it a day. So when it comes to drawing muscles, I don't usually draw as many muscular women. So apologies if I do simplify the muscles down a lot. But usually you don't want to make it too blocky unless you're drawing like a super, super buff lady. Like I'm talking like hella fucking muscular. If you just want like a little bit of muscular definition, you usually want to keep it like still a little bit relatively simple. But again, that depends on the level of muscle you want. It can be really, really tempting to really exaggerate it, but a lot of times subtlety is gonna go like a really long way. Again, unless your style, you just really, really, really want to draw buff people. Like for example, like Dragon Ball style is very, very exaggerated when it comes to muscle. So if that's the kind of style you want to go for, that is up to you. And in that case, ignore anything I say in regards to muscles. But it can be very difficult to illustrate muscles without making it look what's the word? Because a lot of times when you color artwork, you don't really line the muscle structure. You end up kind of like shading the muscles to give depth rather than use line work. You can use line work, but it just depends on how you do things. There's no real right or wrong. I would just suggest focusing on the outlines more than the inner lines for a lot of detail. At least until it comes to coloring. And then with the face, one thing that can be really easy to give into when it comes to art in general, it's especially like, I don't want to say beginner thing, but kind of is. When you're just starting out, it's very tempting to want to just draw the face, either like front on or like side on, like all the time without like any rotation to it. So you want to keep in mind that like sometimes you're going to want to like rotate the head, right? You either want to like rotate it this way to give it like a little bit more emotion or like rotate it like downwards or like upwards. And like right now it's very like front on. So if we just we do something like this. If we just give it like a little bit of tilt and move it over a touch, it's gonna feel a lot less stiff. And that's just by moving something very, very slightly without changing anything else. And then I think the only other thing I would really suggest is paying attention to how witch hats would like fold. Because right now, this kind of gives the impression that it's kind of like almost like a tri-corner hat. Because it goes up and the back is like shaded or implied to be in shadow. So I would like, I know you kind of use this reference, but this reference is looking from a downwards up angle. So you're going to see more of the underside of the hat compared to if you're looking like front on. So if I were to touch this up really quickly, I'd probably do something. I'm a big sucker for half down, half up hats. It's a style I really like for drawing them. So we kind of do this kind of like a little bit of an S shape. And then we see a little bit of the back of the hat here. And we see a good bit of the top as well. It's not perfect, but hopefully it gets the point across. And of course, like based on this hat, you'd probably adjust this bit as well. And just make sure everything lines up. And I'm just very roughly sketching this in. Would be a lot tidier if I was, you know, actually working on it as a final piece. Time to go back to drawing monster. Let's go, monster. Triple Dog, dare you with love to do muscle theme and Blair? Maybe one day. Love the witchy art style, just like spooky stuff in general. Yeah, they did really good. This isn't my art style usually. This is me correcting and doing some like critiques and giving some art tips. But I do really, really love the style. But I also love spooky stuff as well. I love witchy shit. Witchy shit is my shit, dude. If you don't have rendered shadow, lines can be when the angle is high enough. Yeah. You can absolutely use lines to imply shadow as well. Got that placid cap happens to the best of us situations. Yeah. S shape is my savior for drawing big hats. It is. S shape is very, very handy. Okay, I think that's probably the best advice I can give for this one. So let me just copy paste this. Witchy stuff is amazing. All the witches I meet are always nice people. I agree, dude. I have yet to meet a bad witch, dude. Like I'm not really a religious person, right? But I definitely do like a little bit of witchy shit. I'm whatchamacallit? What's the term? I think it's eclectic, if I'm pronouncing that right, is technically the kind of witchcraft I do. Which is basically I just kind of pick and choose things that I like. I'm not a big religious person, but I am like I believe in the psychology of witchcraft, right? Like I believe that what's a good example? You know, like when it comes to tarot, for example, I don't believe, the gods are like speaking to me and giving me advice, right? But I think tarot is a useful tool for like some introspection, right? It's like you get a result and then your brain kind of makes a connection and you're like, why did I make that connection? Why do I feel that way? Right? And I also believe that like, setting up your surroundings in a good vibes way is just good for your mental. That's the kind of witchcraft I'm into. Which is our religious thing? Yes and no and kind of. It really, really depends on the God, this is gonna sound cringe, but kinda like the school it depends on the kind of witchcraft, right? For example, there is stuff like pagan and Wicca, for example. I don't know a whole lot of details about them, so I don't want to speak too much on them. And if I do give any incorrect information, I do apologize. It is not my specialty. I am not Wicca. I am not pagan or any of that. But there are some people who do have more of a quote religious take to it, so that they do believe, in certain gods or like. Forgive me, I don't know the name of certain gods. Why am I lagging? Hello? Hello? What the fuck? There we go. But they do believe in like certain gods. Like I can't remember the names of the gods. I apologize. There's a lot of them. There are so many gods, dude. But like I know there's probably like gods of like the harvest or something, and sometimes people like pick one that they're like very dedicated to, and like sometimes people will do. Okay, so when it comes to my personal opinions on like spellcraft, okay, it's definitely a thing, okay. It's I don't believe I personally, with my personal beliefs, I don't care what other people believe. You can believe your own thing. But when it comes to my own personal beliefs, I don't think that like burning certain plants or like putting plants together in like a little bottle is going to bring about change, right? But in terms of like, why am I lagging so much? This doesn't usually happen. What the fuck? But like in terms of like spellcraft and stuff, like I think that putting energy into a ritual, not like religion ritual, not like actually spell ritual, but doing something in a way to like kind of manifest energy for yourself, like not actual energy, but like doing things with the intent of having a result can be good for you just because, like, it gets your mind in a certain place, right? It makes it so that you kind of want that thing to happen, so you put more energy into making that thing happen, right? That's my personal taste on like witchcraft and stuff, right? So like if you put in a spell of like, oh, I want to do well on my test, and then you actually study a little bit more, then you're gonna do well on your test. Why the fuck am I lagging so much? Is my like phone overheating? What the fuck, dude? Shit's fucking tweaking. But anyway, that's my personal opinion on like witchcraft and shit. It can be religious. It can also like not be religious. Eclectic witchcraft is just you kind of pick and choose your stuff, and that's what I do. I don't follow a big overall religion or anything. Witch hat, I'm going to deny you that because I'm going to end stream very shortly. Otherwise, I would be super, super down for a witch hat. Let me refund you real quick. Here we go. Flare potion, flare potion. Have 2 cats, can't take up any more gods. They're enough for me already. Honestly, so fucking fair, dude. Bathtub potion, dude, that would go hard, actually. A little like bubble bath concoction. No witch hat for you, no witch hat for me today. Next stream, which stream? Oh, maybe. We'll see. I do want to have a witchy model eventually. That is the goal. Because I do be very witchy. I just don't have a witchy model right now. Oh god, we went way over time today. Holy shit. Let me send this off for critique. And then I will fucking bounce. We'll send you somewhere else. You okay? Here we go. And then let's see who's live, who we can send you guys off to. Thanks for streaming anytime. And by anytime, I mean like every 3 days. I might do it more often eventually when I'm a little bit less busy and a little bit less overwhelmed, but I make no promises. The max is 3 days though. I may squeeze in some stuff here and there sometimes though. Who can I send you guys off to? I kind of want to send you off to someone, but they're not doing art. Oh. Tempting as fuck, dude. But now I'll send you guys off to another art person. Hopefully that person will do art again eventually. Let's see. What artists we got going on right now? Who's here? Who's live? Let's see. So many options, dude. Okay, this person's in rendered hell. So, ooh, wait. I saw a booty, dude. I saw some really quality ass. I need to go back. Where's the ass gone? Okay, and their mic's on? Hell yeah, brother. Okay. Let me make sure they're yapping. I need to see the goods. No, the booty's kind of gone. It's cropped, but that's okay. We'll raid them anyway. Oh wait, Tofu Bear is drawing Narissa. Spicy Narissa? Okay, we'll go for Tofu. I am easily convinced. Thanks for critique. Color slide has been quite helpful for today for drawing. Yeah, anytime. I love giving tips when I can. Also, thank you for the suggestions, Sulfan. We'll go raid Tofu Bear. Here we go. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. I appreciate it so much. I had so much fun. You know I fucking love yapping with you guys. And I went fucking long today, dude. Holy shit. I'm like an hour and a half overtime, bro. I'm gonna do my daily doodle and then fucking rest up. Have a great rest of your day, night, morning, whatever fucking time it is for you. Remember to drink lots of water, eat lots of tasty food, do something nice for yourself or something nice for someone else, and let us go raid Tofu. Bye-bye!